recording has officially started.
All right. Well, basically, I don't know what the apocalypse was or where we are. That's all going to be stuff that you guys basically determine. It's got to be something that you don't necessarily all have to come to some sort of major agreement on it, but like this is literally going to be you guys creating the setting, and I'm just going to have to run with it. So I literally put up an image just to kind of set the tone, but we may or may not have something in a city. This may be out in the desert, but maybe you guys don't want to do something so kind of cliche. Maybe you're like out in the forest or something. And we don't know at this point what the apocalypse was about or how long ago it was. This is all kind of stuff that we will determine as we're making characters and as I ask you guys questions. There's basically going to be a lot of questions that I ask you guys, and that's going to inform everything.
Alrighty,
man. I have not played Apocalypse World. I have seen a game played out. But it is, at least I am hoping, fairly straightforward. It is very lax on the rule framework, and it is very heavy on the narrative. It is a narrative-driven game. Cloud asked me earlier about, like, do we have to keep track of ammo and stuff? And my answer was no, not until I tell you it becomes a factor. Like you guys basically don't have ammo unless
you have 10 shotgun shells left.
Or unless I say, hey, look, you're hiding in that closet, and there's a bunch of guys kind of going through the house, and you decide to rack the shotgun, and you see you have one round remaining.
and you
what
go,
do you do?
Shits.
It's always going to be there's a lot of trust placed in the GM, which is referred to as the MC or Master of Ceremonies in this game. Specifically just because there's a lot of power that the MC has, but you guys have a lot more power than normal players as well. So I think it really balances out. I'm never going to do something to just overtly screw you over. It's always going to be something to try to make things a little bit easier, or not easier, a little bit more interesting. I'm not sure where easier came in, because that's probably not going to happen. And just to move the story along. And one kind of clue to give you about how different this is going to be. You don't get XP by killing stuff, and there is no initiative order. You basically, the initiative is something we're gonna work on as we go, and it's gonna be a natural flow. And maybe I'll cut around and say, what are you doing? If I haven't heard from somebody in a while, if you guys are split up, I'll do that. If you guys are all in the same place, it's basically just like, okay, I'm going to do this, and then if that person's really on a roll, they might say I'm going to do this as well. And if I feel like there's too much time in between those actions, I'll say, okay, we'll put that on hold, and we'll see what somebody else is doing while that is occurring. The main kind of way the game plays out are on 2d6 rolls, and you're basically doing one of kind of five things. Like there is a basic moves list that should be in the PDF that I have uploaded to the file share. You can do something under fire, which is kind of what it sounds like. It's not necessarily. What was that?
Is it the basic ref book loader?
Yep.
Yeah, page 32 has basic moves.
I also linked it on the forums. But you can basically do something under fire. It's not always like you shooting. It's maybe there's a situation and you're trying to get out of the line of fire, Or maybe it's not even like a direct combat situation. Maybe there's just like a really tense standoff or something. Maybe you'll roll under fire then. Go aggro is very, very much what it sounds like. You are taking aggressive action, trying to do things by force. But it is a little bit different than seize by force. All of these have kind of subtle things that we'll see play out as things go.
Those seize by force and go aggro have the exact same role.
Yeah, like they all have. I mean, they're all 2d6, and that's the thing. I guess I should just explain the core mechanic. On a roll of a 2d6, if you have any sort of modifier, you add it. Usually, you're not going to have one. If it is, it's going to be pretty low. On a 10 plus, you usually get to do what you want to do. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. On a 7 to 9, I will probably give you a list of things that will happen, or the game actually will say, like for seize by force, for instance, if you roll a 7 and 9, you choose 2. You take definite hold of it, you suffer little harm, you inflict terrible harm, or you impress, dismay, or frighten your enemy. On kind of a more custom move, like, hey, I'm trying to do this, okay, roll 2d6, and you get a 7 and 9, I'll say, like, okay, yeah, you can do that, but one of these options will happen, and you get to basically choose. If you roll a 6 or lower, I get to choose the entire thing, and you will not like what happens.
Bad shit happens.
Bad shit.
And if you roll an actual 2, may God have mercy.
Yeah, I mean, there are technically no criticals in this game, but I will try to.
You rolled a 2.
I will
hidden
try to
nuke
represent,
in the basement
like,
goes off, causing a second apocalypse.
Yeah, I will try to represent it by, how much you have succeeded. Like, if you really roll high on something, you're gonna really succeed. But yeah, Snake Eyes is very bad.
Somehow, miraculously, you survived that nuke explosion. But now you're super irradiated, and you end up being a ghoul. Okay. It's like, okay.
And one last thing to get into, I guess 2 things, before we get into the actual character creation. Probably the most difficult for at least me to understand when I was initially kind of exposed to this is the harm system. You guys do not have HP per se. If you want to look at it as an HP system, you basically have 6, but it's a little bit more complicated. It's treated as like on the normal sheets, it's treated like on a clock. And I couldn't really find a great way of depicting that, like a circle on the character sheet, so I tried to come up with something that was a little bit more straightforward. So I put down that harm box that was a little bit more linear, and I hope that actually helps understand it a little bit better. Each time you take harm, you're basically going to mark one of those boxes. And harm, the first box of harm basically heals with time. Same with the second one. The third box, which is considered 6 o'clock, it's really referred to kind of confusingly in the game. It's like harm before 9 o'clock or harm after 9 o'clock. I just tried to set this out so maybe it's a little bit more straightforward. I hope
you get
it's
shot in the bar before you had your daily drink.
No, I don't mean literally, but it's 9:02. Does that mean I'm dead? No. I really hope I did it okay. That was the only thing I significantly changed about how the character sheets work.
As a note, I don't think we can actually edit those sheets right now.
You can't? I didn't.
Dum, dum, dum,
Okay,
dum.
I will go and I will take care of that as soon as I get done explaining.
Click is the share button.
Yeah. Harm at 6 o'clock is basically the third little box, and that means you stay where you are. And all this is like, you're gonna get better over time with the first 2 boxes. The third box, you're gonna stay the same. It's only really once you get the last 3 boxes that things start to get really serious. It actually will get worse. Like, you're bleeding out, or Like
Is that your intestine laying on the ground?
yeah, or like your ulna
Microphone
is
muted.
shattered, and it's like the longer that
Microphone
goes
activated.
untreated, like the worse permanent damage that's going to be. It's not necessarily permanent damage, but that's kind of the hint of it. One of the things you can do that's listed on the sheets is shattered, crippled, disfigured, and broken. Those are all disabilities. And basically, anytime you take harm that is after 9 o'clock, after the 9 on the harm scale, you can choose to take one of those instead. It's permanent. The book somewhat talks about there are ways to potentially repair those, but they're not easy at all. It's going to affect your rolls. But on the other hand, like let's say you're at 9 harm already and you get shot for something that's like 3 harm that would normally kill you, you can take one of those and you're basically still at 9. It's pretty confusing. I don't even it's still clunky for me. So we'll work through it as we play. And the last thing I want to talk about before I try to figure out what to do with the sharing is the XP system. Anytime you mark 5 XP, you level up. The game doesn't track like you are level 2 or you are level 3. It's basically every time you level up, you get to choose a new improvement. And that's located on the right of your character sheet. And to gain XP, you have a couple ways of doing it. The first is the HX section, which is history. This is gained initially by there is basically a history move that we're going to do that's very important to character creation. That kind of determines what your history with another character is, and your character sheet basically lines up like I have +2 history or +3 history with this character. Anytime you are at +4 or -4 history, you reset your history with that person and you put down an experience point. And also, if you look up at your stats, there's a little box that I've tried to set aside that is for highlighting a stat. And you basically have 2 highlighted stats per session. One of them is going to be determined by me, and then one of them is going to be determined by the person you have the highest history with. And anytime you make a roll on that stat, whether it is a failure or a success, you mark XP. So that's kind of a cool thing. You don't have to succeed to get that. And I actually added one at the very bottom right. Cloud and Farshel will be familiar with this from Stars Without Number. The belief system only going to come in once per session. It's kind of my incentive for people to roleplay their characters in a like a methodical way. If you put down a belief there and you
act in a way that encourages that belief.
Yeah. If you act in a way that is basically in keeping with that belief, it doesn't have to be really complicated. It can be like you don't trust anybody, so you do things on your own. If that forces you to make a roll, you will get XP for it. All right, let me see about opening this up. It says anybody with the link can access.
You need to. There's just something that allows people to edit with the link.
Yeah,
we can view it, but we can't actually change it right now.
Access just lets you. It's just like having read only.
All right, I did this for the other sheet.
the only dangerous thing about anyone with a link can edit is that if someone would happen to get a hold of a link and was malicious, they could delete the whole thing.
Yeah. That is why I have all of the templates saved on a private GM thing. I do recommend you guys. This is what I've done for D&D and when I was playing Megamech. I recommend you probably create a separate Google sheet just for you and copy your character sheet to that. So if anything ever happens, you have a backup. Right. I think you guys should be able to edit it now.
You can lock particular sheets to yourself too.
Yeah, you can. But since we basically don't have any templates here, like there's just way too many.
Yeah.
Can you guys edit now?
No. Do we make a copy of it though?
No.
Because I don't have duplicate. Well, let me reload and see if I fixed it or not.
I have it as anybody with the link can edit. Maybe
you have to reload and you can.
Yeah, let me reload and see. There we go.
Okay.
You want us to edit the existing one, or you want us to?
Yeah, go ahead. If we ever need to put in a new character,
new one.
I'll just bring it over from my template. There's way too many characters on here, and I've got stuff at the end. If we started duplicating, it would just be a mess. It's already kind of on the verge, but not quite.
I know there's quite a few here.
I wanted to get everything there just to make sure like the entire lineup was available.
After the first session, it may be better to make another tab, like called like the recruitment center or something, and put the listed options there.
Yeah, maybe I'll
make
have
folders in Google?
I'm not sure. Maybe at the end of this, I will move character sheets that you guys have made to a separate one, and just keep it there.
Active roster, TM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'll probably do that after we get done with this first session.
Some of the things like let you branch out as you advance the characters or take things to other classes.
So, do we have anybody who wants to go first in character creation?
I guess I can. I'm still kind of lost with this system, but
I'll definitely walk you through it. It's simple once we get in. All right, we'll go with Recluse. All right, let me move to the operator real quick.
One of the names I chose is one of the ones the book suggests.
That's funny. Right, so one thing I recommend is I wasn't able to fit absolutely everything on the custom character sheet. I definitely recommend you have the PDF that I linked open as well, because you have
to the operator.
Yeah. I think there's just a few things in there that I wasn't able to fit in here.
There's one thing I see that's different is it says get a new gunlugger move over an improvement. It's probably supposed to be operator move, right?
Well, that's for level up anyways, but...
Yes, that is supposed to be...
Probably, because mine say get a new battle wave move. So...
Let me look.
I don't know, like...
Well, I guess it doesn't have to be.
Like...
Yep. For some reason, your improvements are wrong. I will change that as we go. Fortunately, you're not going to have to use those just yet. The big thing is like your customization options. I have them listed in notes under the looks and stuff, but you've got like your potential weapon stuff and your potential gigs.
I see like on page 7 or 8. It's one of those. It says custom weapons and it says choose base gun. Choose options.
That's literally just for that one character.
Oh, is it particularly for that character?
Yeah, there is no generic weapon table for everybody.
Well, that's okay. Bad Baby gets a shotgun anyway. So that works out. But All
right, so the first thing we're going to want to do is you'll decide your look. You can choose from the options there. If there is something on there that you definitely that's not on there that you really want, like I was talking to Cloud, and all of the options for the Juggernaut pilot basically imply that the person is pretty skinny. If he wanted to be like bulky or something, I'm not totally against that. It's generally the looks are here for like quick description of your character. And I added a few extra options, like your eye color or your hair color and your complexion and whatnot. And while you were doing that, if you want to actually describe your options or your character as you're doing it, you can. If you want to take a few minutes, that's totally fine too. I will work on editing your improvements to make sure these are correct.
Alright, so I gotta pick an age. I guess my character name will be Mac, 27-year-old male, the muscular body, deep tan complexion, sandy blonde hair, cold eyes, a worn, rough face. Fashion. Let me check that one. Probably. What's Scrounge wear?
Think of like
You wear what you can
literally
find.
just scrounging for clothes and stuff. It doesn't necessarily match or.
That sounds good.
If you went through 5 random houses and found a set of clothing from there, that's what scrounge wear is.
Tube top, parachute pants.
Yeah.
You wore what you could find. That's exactly what it is. It might be you wear what no one else chose in that case.
Did I close out the window? Yes, I did. Fuck. Let's wait. No, that's way too much.
Alrighty. So I have my looks, I guess.
The very big thing you're going to decide on are your stats. This game, we do not roll for stats. You basically have preset options.
Okay.
I think it is, if you're looking at the PDF, it is on the second page of the operator, and you basically are given 4 sets.
It's on the stats little pop
Yeah,
out thing you
okay.
gave us too.
Yeah.
Cool 2,
I
hard
think
1,
that's
hot
right.
1, weird 1. Alrighty.
Yeah,
What's,
cool is basically like,
I shoot
It's-
the gas tank.
yeah, it's literally just like, think of an action movie where the action hero does not look back behind him as things explode. It's not because he is cool. It's just like you can react under fire and basically not flinch. Hard is like literally how tough you are. Hot is very much what it describes. It's like how much people want you, how seductive you are.
Alrighty. I think I'll go with the third one down. Cool 2, hard 1, hot 1, sharp 1.
Alright.
I'll avoid the weird, I guess.
Yeah, weird is something. The only thing that we know about the setting right now is that there has been an apocalypse, and there's some sort of psychic maelstrom in the world as a result. Or maybe it caused it. Maybe it happened before. We don't know. And weird is basically what interacts with that. And you use weird to open your brain to it, and you do weird shit.
Gotcha. My brain doesn't open that much.
Yeah, it just means you're like, you don't believe in that shit.
I guess it's better than brainless.
Yeah. Yeah, sharp is really kind of how cunning you are. None of it really implies stuff about your character's ability to roleplay. I think they're kind of careful about doing that. If you want to choose your weapon, under your gear by default, you get a 9mm that does 2 harm. It is close and it is loud. Or if you really have your mind set on something, we can somewhat edit it.
Okay. Is it a handgun or can it be shoulder fire?
It's got to be basically kind of small.
Like a what about like a HK, the MP9s, I think they are. Thank you, one.
The MP5 you're talking about?
Let me show you a picture.
The MP9s are pretty compact.
Kind of quality messy.
Yeah, that's pretty distinct. Let me take a look at... I think somebody has an SMG on their page. I'll see how the stats compare. Yeah. An SMG normally is 2 harm, close, area, and loud. Since there's really only one tag difference, I'll let you take an MP9, and we'll
Actually,
say
MP5.
Oh, MP5.
Yeah, I linked it.
Okay, well you can do an MP5 too. MP9
All
is
right.
really cool.
Go with the 5. It's a little smaller.
I don't think you're looking at the MP9 I'm looking at.
Probably not. I said the wrong number, anyways. I meant the 5 when I was thinking about it.
Yeah, you can have an MP5. Yeah, right on there. MP5 in slash SMG, and then in parentheses you'll put 2 harm, close, loud, and area. So like that's not the the normal kind of equipment for an operator. Like a lot of guys tend to have something kind of compact. Is there a reason why you've got like an MP5? Like that's a pretty heavy duty SMG. That's police issue. Special forces use that. How did you come across that?
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm gonna switch it. I think.
No, I mean this is me asking you.
Yeah,
This
no,
is
I'm trying to...
this is not me trying to de-justify your choice. This is one of the things. Even these small choices on your character sheets, I'm gonna ask and see if I can get a story out of it.
Gotcha. Let's see here. Came across it with a couple of police officers who were trying to take advantage of me and some other people, I guess. Go that
All
way.
right. So
After their demise, to whatever apocalyptic harms there are in this world.
so were these actual like old world police officers, or are these kind of like settlement police officers?
Well, how long after the apocalypse are we?
Well, that's what I'm trying to determine.
Okay, I guess it would be, I guess old world, because I'm 27, so I'm kind of old enough to, if it was 5, 6, 7 years ago or so, I'd be old enough to get a hold of it.
All right. So getting the feeling that the apocalypse is fairly young. This is not something that happened a long time ago.
Sure, why not?
All right.
changed everybody's character with that choice.
That's how it happens. That's how it
Okay.
happens. Somebody else can basically I'll ask them a question that like maybe you wish you could have answered, and that'll kind of change something as well. Um, and you've got your personal fashion worth up to 1 armor. That's basically, let me see here. 2 armor is like actual armor. 1 armor, you can basically have like a bulletproof vest, or you could just be wearing leathers, stuff like that. How does Mac normally dress?
Like black tactical gear with a Kevlar vest underneath.
All right, cool. And maybe you got these this from the police officers as well.
Sure. That's where I scrounged it from. Probably since it's been a few years, it's broken down a bit, so I've had to sew in some extra patches and parts and so forth, so it looks a little weird, torn.
Yeah, it makes
stuff.
sense. All right. Another important thing, in addition to moonlighting, which you get to start with, you can choose one of the operator moves.
Alrighty.
And basically,
How
to
would I
give you
interfere and it's just interference, not help?
um
Yeah, I guess because it's asshole
Yeah.
there.
yeah, you can no, you can literally one thing is you guys do not have to be friends. You guys do have to know each other. And you guys basically do have to be allies in the sense that you work together, but you do not have to be friends.
Okay.
And if somebody pisses you off, like you can interfere with them. It doesn't mean like you're kicking them into the line of fire, but maybe they're trying to pick up a chick.
Okay. Dang. Let's see. Opportunistic reputation I like too. And easy to trust. I'm thinking eye on the door will be my second one I get, not my first one. So I gotta pick from one of those other 3. How about I'll try reputation.
All right, so that's a very cool one. Let me go shut my window real quick so you guys don't hear dogs the entire session.
I haven't heard any at all.
I'm just really quick on the push to talk.
Visions of Death is really cool, but it rolls on weird.
Yeah.
If they get one build that has weird.
All right. And I still haven't fixed your improvements totally, but should be noted that I think pretty much everybody under their improvements gets 2 boxes that say get a new move from your class. So unless your class has 4 or less moves, there's never going to be a time like where somebody has every available move for their character. It's like,
Gotcha.
but on the other hand, at the very bottom, there's always 2 slots for getting moves from other people's playbooks, so you can kind of mix and match a bit.
So I could get like Juggernaut or Chopper or Battle and Babe or something.
Yeah, you can get moves from those. Obviously, if it's something that requires you to have, like, I'm not sure how. I'd have to look over the actual Juggernaut. I don't think you could just. Well, yeah, I guess technically, if you got Beast of War, you could probably get a suit. I'm not sure if it gives you one or not, but like something a little bit more straightforward is like the driver. One of the moves is my other car is a tank. You get another car, give it mounted machine guns or grenade launchers. That's something you could easily just choose when you level up.
Okay. Now we gotta choose a belief.
Yeah, that's something that you do not have to. You know, it doesn't have to be very complicated. And I would think about who you want your character to be, and do something that's not necessarily super easy, but something simple for you to determine if you can act on it. Like, don't make it too complicated. Like, for one thing, kind of touching back on what we somewhat heard about Mac, he had this run-in with the cops who were trying to take advantage of him. Maybe you don't have like a trust in authority or something, and if there's a situation where you're dealing with the authority of a town or something else, and you have the option to go along with them or go against them. Like, if you go against them and that kind of makes you make a roll, that would be the time where you would get XP for it. You could always go against your belief, it's just you won't get XP. It kind of represents people fighting what comes naturally to them.
How's that then? Distrustful authority. I like that.
Yeah, that works. And definitely be thinking about, where your character has come from and what he has done, but you do not have to ever totally share that unless there's a situation where I'm asking you a question, which is something we are, I think, about to do in terms of history. Right, history. This is where things get a little bit interesting. We're going to have to save this until everybody has made their character.
Yeah, I kind of picked up on that from because we all introduced each other.
I think we've got everything for the operator. Who wants to go next?
I guess I'll go. Why not?
All right. Tell us about Ruby. What does she look like?
She's about 24 years old. She has red hair, obviously. Calculating eyes, smooth face, slim body, and she likes high-end gear, high-end wear, like really nice leather jacket, stuff like that. I'm guessing that would be Lux wear. I'm guessing that's like super upper tier stuff.
Yep.
She has a really nice custom shotgun. I haven't decided on a hand weapon yet. I have to figure that one out. Anyway, she's just getting by in the apocalypse. She'll get what she wants by whatever means necessary that she could come up with. Whether it be sleeping with a guy or just shooting his head off. Nice cold like that. She's new in town. Just came in. And
so you're in a town.
Well,
you're not on the road.
Well, what I see it as is this there's an open plain area that is dominated by biker gangs, and then there's a town that's there.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Yep, you are dangerous and sexy.
Dangerous and sexy and ice cold.
Those are pretty badass. Those are definitely very cool.
I want to take Visions of Death. That's why I took the one that had weird. None of the other ones have weird. And I was like,
Yep.
ah.
So you're pretty ice cold, but maybe you got like kind of a little soft spot beneath all that cool exterior, since you've got hard -2. But maybe it's just that you don't tend to get things that route. Maybe you're a little bit less direct, and
Should have
maybe
come up.
you're a little bit more open to possibilities with the weirdness.
There's a subtle undercurrent to this world. I can see some of it. Sometimes.
So you've got your shotgun. How do you normally dress?
Like open-faced leather jacket and a nice shirt of some kind underneath of it, probably a tank top or something.
So
And,
I think the thing to mention here is your fashion can be worth up to 1 or 2 armor as the battle babe.
Being as it's open-faced, it's probably 1.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I'm not wearing full battle armor or nothing.
Yeah,
So
that's your call. You will, I would say you'd stand out less, except you're dangerous and sexy. So you're probably still going to stand out wherever you go, but maybe not as a walking armory. And
That's
how
an
about this?
impossible
it looks a
thing to
little
look
bit
for.
less out of place when you walk into a bar not wearing full battle armor.
Yeah.
I would think, but
What sort of custom hand weapon are you thinking of?
I'm thinking like brass knuckles or something like that.
All right, yeah, definitely works. Let's see here.
Or nice knife. I'm not sure which. How
I
does
think-
it says staff, haft, handle, or chain?
I think that would probably be
Is that like
A
you
handle.
pick handle? Do you pick like handle blade or handle head?
you would if you're going for let's say
Maybe
you're
it's a-
going
Maybe it's a spiked brass knuckle.
yeah, if you're going
And then
for
I guess
spiked
I guess
knuckles,
it's like handle.
yeah,
spike.
it would be handle spikes. Yeah, that if you want to do that, that is
It
totally
says choose 2 though.
yeah. You
What's
can
head?
do head.
It says options head +1 harm. Is that like hammer? I guess.
Yeah, it's got some sort of big head to it. You could
I guess
have
hidden.
them.
handle spikes hidden. Plus infinite. I don't know what
All
that
right.
means. What does plus infinite mean?
I think that means you've got like if that ever gets taken away from you, like unless somebody really dedicatedly searches you, you've probably got another one stashed somewhere in your jacket. So do not piss Ruby off, because she will take those spike knuckles out like just out of nowhere and fuck you up. But at least it wasn't like bladed knuckles. Like she didn't go that route.
Oh, but spiked might be worse. You don't know. It makes a bunch of little holes instead of just cutting something off. ... Might bleed for a while.
I'm just writing stuff down real quick.
I'm guessing I write these little traits that it gives or something.
Yeah, Yeah, you're gonna want to record those on your weapons.
And her weapon, I see it as like double-barreled, like 12-gauge shotgun.
All right, so you've got the option for.
So I guess it would be like shotgun, high-powered.
Yeah, that would definitely make sense, and it could be big. Like, I don't know how you want to take that. Like, that could be like just like an elephant gun sawed off, or
it's 12-gauge. I mean, that's a pretty big shotgun shell, but or I could do AP ammo.
Yeah, you could always do that. Like you're suddenly firing slugs instead of.
Yeah, she has the option. She can take slug or.
All right. Yeah. So if you're taking shotgun, it's by default 3 harm, close, reload, messy. It says it's high powered. It's actually 4 harm. And I guess below that, write down that you've got AP ammo for it, and when you do that, switch. I guess you don't have area, and it's still going to be messy. So, yeah, I guess.
Well, area is plus automatic, and it's not really automatic.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think what the difference between a standard shotgun shell versus an AP shell would be.
I could just take big. I mean, the same difference.
We can say.
I'm thinking of Fallout. When I play Fallout, I always oh look, there's a big guy. Load slug. It's not AP.
Well, we'll say if you want to take AP ammo, it's perfectly fine. We'll come up with some sort of benefit for not taking AP ammo sometimes, unless you just want to have it permanently use AP ammo. Like, totally fine with that. Maybe you just have AP slugs. Or maybe sometime you'll run out of them, and I'll have you have to scrounge for buckshot. Whatever it is you want to do it. So you want to do AP, or do you want to do
Fallout,
big?
I'm just referencing Fallout now. But the buckshots did more damage, but they didn't penetrate armor as well. Now I took shotgun surge, so it didn't really matter. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know how that would work.
If you want to take AP, we'll just treat it as, unless we can come up with something better, every shot you have is basically armor piercing. Like, you are basically firing these giant ass slugs out of your shotgun. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference because you don't have area anyway. So. And it's still gonna be messy as hell.
Well, it's a shotgun. Come on, if you shoot someone with a shotgun, they ain't walking away usually.
We can come back to it if you want to kind of give some time to AP or harm. If you went with high powered big,
like harm
that's 5 harm. I will tell you right now, most NPCs, if they get past 2 harm, they're pretty much dead.
Maybe she goes that route. Maybe that's how she keeps the guys off her when she don't.
So
want
it is a sawed
off version
near this, and of she a big ass gun.
Like, it's explosion times. I don't walk away. Put it that way.
Maybe people think it's a double-barreled shotgun, but it is actually a severely cut-down elephant gun. Like,
interesting.
You basically got the handle, and you've got like 8 inches of barrel or something, and you just pull that out. I mean, with 5 harm, you could probably take down an elephant. Just play with that for a bit. And we will.
What caliber is an elephant gun, technically?
Big.
Big. That's all we need to know. We will go to. I guess we will go to. Keep wanting to call you Twitch, but we will go to Ryu.
Yes. I kind of think Ryu is like the last survivor. Maybe he was like a part of a military unit, and something really terrible happened, and he's like the last member of his unit that still is alive and has a functioning mech. I'm going to go male, thin. I haven't chosen a complexion yet, but it's probably going to be pale, I would assume. Hair is black. He has a haunted look in his eyes because of the probably because of the tragedy that happened, and he's a tough face. Wears a like a military bodysuit, as we can see in the picture there. As far as moves go, I'm gonna take Spyfly. So it's like a little
The
drone.
recon drone.
Yeah, that can deploy out of his mech. For reference, I'm going to use this one, I think.
Okay.
It's like a... Oh, sorry. I'm going to use this mech. It's like a light, faster kind of mech. I'm going to take a 9mm handgun for the personal gear. And where are we going to put like the actual mech stuff that I have to choose?
See under gear and barter, I had to cut your section in half, but I ended up putting your armor there, your power suit.
Oh, okay.
So you can describe your look, your strength, your weakness, and your weapons right there. And that little spot below your armor is if you want to give it a name or a model designation or something.
Okay. We're going to go with a Raijin. How's that? It's a fast light mech. We can use lightning.
So, one thing we're going to really have to touch on is every character is unique to the world. Like, you guys are the best at what you do. Well, when we come to the Juggernaut, it's almost like maybe you're not the only person with a mech in the world, but like you're damn close. So, you know, how did you get this? Like it's left over from your days in the military or something. But you know, was it in testing? Was it experimental? And you know, was it how you kind of survived the apocalypse?
I'll say I was like the leader of my unit, so I had the unit was a more experimental model, and it was a bit faster than others, and I was able to escape because of it. Let's say there was I don't know, what would knock out a bunch of mechs? It had to be like some ambush situation, I guess. A bunch of bikers with rocket launchers.
Bikers with rocket launchers, okay.
Orders or something. Like the rocket launchers work good too.
So,
yeah,
so maybe
I have to turn the mic up, so it's cutting out. Let me.
There's open area dominated by chopper gangs.
Okay, I have turned it down.
Guys with rocket launchers.
yeah.
I have turned it down again, so you guys let me know if it starts picking you guys up. Let's see, what else I gotta pick? I gotta pick, what is... Looks, we're gonna go with military.
So definitely part of the military, not like local SWAT or something, like actual military.
I don't think SWAT would have mechs, so it'd have to be military.
Well, they've got LAVs, light armored vehicles they use for crowd control. So, you know, it could be. But you know, like you're testing out this experimental military armor.
Military looks, choose a strength. Well, we're gonna go with fast. Choose a weakness. Well, look, let's be fast and slow. That works great.
Now, how would that work?
It's there. You could do it, but it's kind of weird.
Maybe if you did it, maybe you had like a really hard-ass time starting it up. Like, it took a long time to crank the motor.
Slow to start.
The way I've described it, we're going to go with either breakdown,
Main condenser charging.
or exotic fuel. So that would be cool to have the slow startup.
Main condenser charging.
Yeah,
Capacitance charge at
let's do that.
23%.
I'm gonna write slow to start that because writing fast and slow is just weird.
okay.
Guys, roll on the corner rock on there. Capacitance charge at 48%.
So yeah, that's one of the things. Like, it was an experimental mech, and it's really fast once you get it going. But the thing is, like, it's like a prototype, and
Main condenser online.
it takes fucking forever to start this thing. Like, so you gotta have some warning before you use it.
Radiator temperature outside normal maximum.
Weapons. Choose 2 serious or 1 crazy big weapon.
What do you got? Do you got a chain gun? You got a Gatling gun? You got a big ass cannon?
Options are railgun, machine gun, grenade launcher, or rocket launcher for crazy big, and then serious is rifle, shotgun, SMG, flamethrower, power fist.
You can treat machine gun as a chain gun if you want. It's all, it's all kind of, you can reflavor it.
I think I'm just gonna go with machine gun.
Yep, that's very versatile. 3 harm, close, far, area, messy. Somehow it skips the loud tag. I don't know how it does that, but it skips the loud tag.
I guess the mech's so loud anyways, they don't think it's gonna matter.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Like,
3 harm, close / far, area, messy. Oh, doesn't fit. I guess I'll use the next line.
well, it doesn't have that as a tag for its weakness, so I'm not going to treat it as, like, people can hear it coming down the block.
I guess on mech scale weapons, well, see, the rifle's loud, but the machine gun's not. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think it was just an oversight. But, let's see here. Bikers with rocket launchers,
That same thing,
mech is experimental.
Like, the shotgun is also not loud somehow.
Kind of weird. Let's see. Is there anything left aside from your belief? And I guess when you have the time to kind of describe your bodysuit on your gear just a little bit.
The armor in that blank, that's my armor, right? That's not the armor.
Yeah, that's normally your personal armor. And since you don't have anything, just leave it. But in your suit, you've got 3 armor.
I guess we'll note that on it, shall we?
Alright, I'm back. With my chicken strips.
So this certainly took a lot longer for character creation than I thought it would. How long are you guys willing to play today?
I'm fine with whenever, personally.
I mean, I'm willing to play a couple hours anyway. It's what, 7 o'clock?
Oh, so you can keep going
9:30.
for
I mean,
quite a while.
Yeah, it's only 7. It's only 7 o'clock to me, so I'm like, I'll be up all night yet. So.
8
Right.
Pacific,
So I'm not saying we're gonna go that long, but I was originally just gonna have us go. Let's see here. It's just about 7 now. I honestly don't think we're going to take more time than it would normally for D&D, which normally gets out about 10 Eastern, so another 3 hours, but I just wanted to see what we had to work with. I think with that, as long as you've got your, you're going to get your beliefs down sometime before we, get into the meat of the session, we can start on history, and we can really start figuring out where we are. Let me read the questions here real quick.
I'm going to assume we put the other two characters' names in two of the blanks for history.
Yes, you do. And you can have history with notable NPCs. It works a little bit differently, I think, but the option is there if it's somebody you're interacting with on a regular basis.
I think it's safe to assume we can't have history of ourselves.
Now that 2 next to gear and barter is our oddments worth 2 barter, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I just figured you could. One thing to note is I kept a track of your total amount of quote barter there, but you guys can write in your gear and barter what you actually have. Maybe you have a set of power tools or something you're gonna trade to somebody. That is not just
a wallet.
money.
She took off her last lever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that is not just money. You can use barter for other things. So while I would suggest that you don't try to game it to where everything is something you can use in every situation.
A gold tooth that she knocked out of some guy's face.
Try to do it to where it's fitting with your character. You don't have to do it right now. If you want to describe your barter in your inventory, you certainly can. When it comes to a situation where you're trying to trade with somebody, I will certainly ask you what you were trying to trade with them. But yeah, that's how that works. Doesn't have to be kind of accepted currency, but since
is this like Metro? Do we trade bullets?
You can if you want. Maybe it's a really rare phosphorus shotgun shell or something. I don't know.
Oh God!
Since
white phosphorus shotgun shells,
dragon's breath shells. Yeah.
Since we've kind of established that it's only 6 or 7 years after the quote unquote apocalypse, you guys may still be using some form of money. We don't know. Maybe I don't know. We'll figure that out. That's something you guys will do.
I'm gonna go for AP shotgun shells, just slugs. But she don't use them all the time. She only uses them if she sees the target is heavily armored or it's a vehicle or something,
All right.
Yeah, she has the choice of using them.
Yeah. Okay. I will take that into consideration.
I mean, if it's your typical goon on back of a bike with leather armor, probably wouldn't use that. But you might shoot her with a normal buckshot. But
all right, let's start it on the history.
Sorry, I'm about half eating, so.
No, I don't think we're going to be accepting Disney dollars unless we're actually playing like you're down in Florida, and you guys are trying to survive in the Magic Kingdom. You guys can do that if you want. I'm not putting a hold on that.
I'll pass, please.
It
We
would
take
be
a
kind of
tram car
amusing.
and we equip it with a shit ton of rockets.
Yeah.
Our base is Space Mountain.
Oh, dude. you could do it like Amusement Park Fortress. I would not. If somebody was the hard holder, I would suggest it even. Like, you turn that freaking Disney castle into your own actual castle.
It's like, it's like the Princess Cinderella castle, and it's armed with like rocket launchers and turrets, and Barbed
Barbed wire around it and everything.
wire all the way around. Spray painted it black.
That makes me wonder what the Disney castle is like structurally on the inside.
Probably not very good.
That's mostly mock-up stuff.
Yeah, but on the what is this? I wonder if it's just like a steel frame or something.
Probably steel.
Yeah.
All right, so now down to the important questions. Where are we? When are we? And what is shit like? We've kind of heard from Mac that it's not been very long since the apocalypse, but do we know what the apocalypse was?
Nukes. Gotta be nukes.
Yep. Nukes are the classic, right?
So is that
Unless you guys want to do like zombie apocalypse.
I'm good with either of those two.
You each are free to basically answer how you wish. I kind of had a contingency if you guys answered all something different.
Roll off or something.
No, maybe you had zombies
A
and
combination.
You nuked them.
Oh yeah, okay, that's good. I like that one.
So there was some sort of
Zombie outbreak, and we nuked them.
infestation somewhere.
Which killed all the zombies, but...
Killed most of the zombies.
Most of the zombies, not all of them. Okay, writing that down. Most zombies.
And since we're in a
killed.
plane, probably most of the coastal cities were hit the hardest with nukes, so we went into the interior of the U.S. to where we're out in like Nebraska area type thing.
Yeah. Is that where everybody thinks we are?
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now we got tornadoes.
Now, Ryu, how the fuck did you get into Nebraska?
No, it's
Are you actually Japanese, or are you a U.S. citizen?
let's go with he was a Japanese guy, and they transferred him with the mech that was being they didn't have a lot of room over
He was
there.
especially skilled.
Joint
So
force
it was,
operation.
Yeah,
it
so
was
this-
a joint development type thing, middle of nowhere.
Okay. So this was something they were working on for several nations, I guess, and they picked some place out in the Midwest, maybe maybe Nebraska or something to test it out. A lot of space they could blow up.
You need to change your character name to Mac Recluse. You don't have to, but it makes it a lot easier.
How do I change the name?
Go to the little gear on the upper right, and then there's a thing there for name.
Ah, yes, you can do that.
There we go.
Yeah. Now the DM
Right,
will
so
suddenly call
we've-
you Recluse.
Yeah, we've determined that the apocalypse happened kind of twofold. There were zombies, but they weren't just everywhere, like all at once. So it sounded like we had time to try something, and it got most of them, but not all of them.
Yeah, first
How,
the hunters tried to attack zombies, but there were too many. They spread quickly, so they
Yes.
decided to nuke them.
How is civilization actually faring? Like it's obviously post-apocalyptic, so it's collapsed in some fashion. But are there any forms of local government, or is it literally all just gone to shit after the nukes?
Everything went to shit. I guess.
Well, the zombies probably made you go to shit, and the nukes didn't help. So
Yeah.
Maybe the government
Very,
collapsed.
very sporadic, local authorities.
Wild
that have-
West, yeah, Wild West.
Yeah, very Wild Western type stuff.
But some of these are actually left over from before. Like these aren't all just like custom things that people have come up with afterwards. Like some of them are
Yes and no.
actual city governments.
Or mostly town, probably, style.
I
think
okay.
I wouldn't think there's any
larger than
higher
a
level
municipality.
government.
Okay.
We've devolved into a collection of independent city-states.
Yes. Town states, even.
Or town-states.
Town states, all right. Town states, got it.
And, since all the major corporations are down, people kind of fare for themselves, and if they want something, they gotta take it. And they fight over resources and stuff. You should know. So you can see some similarities already, Star. For the uninformed, my homeworld in Stars About Numbers is similar to the scenario, except it's underwater.
Another thing,
So
if the nuke was recent, do we have to worry about radiation?
Well, that's the thing. You said it was mostly contained to the coastal cities. It sounds like the zombie infection, whatever caused this, these zombies didn't actually originate here. Like it sounds like it originated elsewhere in the world.
Oh, look,
because it's
they came out of
mainly
the
limited
sea.
to the coast.
They're Cthulhu zombies.
Was it some sort of seaborne plague, or did they come in through ports and stuff, or how did that go down?
It started in Australia.
Okay. And it spread through ports and major cities that had airports, big airports. So cities like Chicago would still be affected.
So major airports and major seaports were affected, but it's still most of the hot zones are on the edges of the continental U.S.
Yeah, that seems fine.
Yep.
What's travel like? It doesn't sound to me like this wasn't like actual global nuclear war. So, there's probably wide swaths of the country that are mostly unaffected. I'm sure there's a lot of fallout that's still kind of blowing around. There's a lot of crop death and stuff. But it doesn't sound like it's totally unsafe, at least in terms of radiation to travel along the highways, especially in some places.
As long as you're not going east.
Yeah, as long as you're not going east, and as long as you're out in the big country, so to speak. That's not to say there's not bikers with rocket launchers, though.
Yep.
So
As I'm well aware.
How commonplace is moving around these days? Like, is everybody nomadic, or are people kind of shut into their communities?
I think it would be more shut into communities.
Each state has its own little society of people that are getting stuff done.
I think it would start to be scarce by now. Fuels for traveling.
Scavengers and whatnot.
All right, so they're definitely hoarding fuel is a big resource.
Yeah.
Yeah, that cloud, you're going to have to pay a shit ton for fuel.
Yep. I still have to decide what it actually runs on.
Yeah, we don't know that yet.
Could be a fission reactor or something.
It runs off a disarmed nuclear bomb.
That could present some issues.
That presents a lot of issues.
Well, at least you didn't take unreliable. That would be pretty bad.
I don't know. Whatever powers it, it runs off this giant capacitor, and that's why it has to actually be slow to start.
All right, and so the big thing.
No, Cloud. It's kinetic, so you got to run on a treadmill for like 2 days to charge it up.
That sounds like a horrible idea. I'd get like 5 minutes of action.
All right, the last two big things here, I think we need to touch on before we start to go into kind of the individual stuff. We've heard that it probably originated somewhere in Australia. Damn Aussies. But do we actually know what it does? Like, describe like the typical zombie infection? Like,
Okay, guys.
how exactly
do we
does it
want
work?
do we want the decaying zombie infection, or do we want mind control zombies?
Let's
And
see.
one thing to note is the second question I'm going to ask you is what is the deal with the world's psychic maelstrom, and how did that erupt from all of this?
Psychic Cthulhu zombies from the sea.
Yeah, it might be some kind of unleashed from the sea.
They're mini kaiju.
these-
No. What happened
demons
is they
that
triggered
zombie
the
things.
Hadron Collider in like Germany or
and
something,
the,
and we opened a rift to another
someplace called
dimension,
Stern or whatever.
and these Cthulhuoid zombies came out. Yep.
Okay.
Seems legit.
All right.
Good with
That's the official line.
From the sea
Okay. Right. So
and other waterways.
somewhere beneath the ocean, in the Pacific. God, this is. I'm not going to get sued for this. Around
It's in the
Australia.
Atlantic instead.
It's a role-playing game for 4 people that we're playing
Yeah.
with ourselves. I don't
These
think
are-
we can.
Thing is, like, we think that Australia caused it with like some mega hadron collider, but it actually opened across the world from them. And they're like, "Oh, it's not our bad. That wasn't our fault."
Oh, so it didn't actually open in Australia.
Yeah.
So where did these zombie-like things actually come out of?
I think from various places. It,
Okay.
open up many different waterways throughout the world.
But there's no real confirmation as to what it actually did. Like it coincided with this experiment. Like maybe Australia was really trying to put itself on the map and like we could do this stuff. Germany's doing it. We can do it. And maybe they had an accident or something. And this stuff all started to happen very, very close after. Yes, CERN Schmern.
Yeah.
I am currently writing seagoing multi-dimensional zombies.
How many
Let the
wasteland
craziness
scenarios
commence.
can we roll into one?
Well, how did these things actually? How did they work? Like, do they look like people? I mean, if it's an infection, then they have to do something
Humanoid.
to normal people. Otherwise, they would all be killed out. Like, how do they reproduce? Do they literally just transform people into themselves, or?
Totally mind control, man. Has to be.
Mind controlled. That means they can control our mind.
Yeah, that could probably be rough, but so is a zombie infection getting bit.
What about like prolonged exposure? They bring you to a hub of where these things are, and they
What they do is they come on shore and they put these pods out. And these pods, they give off a like toxic gas,
that
and
can
it
transform
slowly
you.
blows around.
So you have to be near.
And as their
gas.
influence increases, like their area of influence, there's more gas around. And,
It's like the Zerg.
yeah.
So there's basically two threats here. There's the actual, like the Cthulhu guys. Then it sounds like they're not actually zombies. Like the people who are being mind controlled are literally just mindless husks of actual people. Maybe not the undead,
We call them zombies,
but they're not actually dead.
Yeah.
They're still living, and they're being controlled by these things. But they've got to kind of be. They got to be in proximity to one of these creatures, and if they're too far away, does it start to wear off? Like, is there any way of reversing this?
Ovaltine. No, let's see here.
The solution
I
is
wouldn't
coffee.
think so.
they don't know yet whether it can be reversed. And like if they stay away from their area of influence for too long, they die. Like they get some kind of nutrient from the poisonous like gas cloud that they require to live, so that's why they expand their area.
Well, what
Okay.
about the actual zombie people? Did they die too?
Yeah, they
If they're
would be
infected, yeah.
transformed into them.
So that's the thing. Like, it. I guess they can't. They just can't come too far inland. And
Well, they can, but they have to like methodically expand their like gas-producing bulbs and stuff.
Yeah, they can go like on raiding parties for
Well,
several weeks.
The question is,
but
do
they
we
have
know
to
how to
come
get
back.
past said toxic cloud?
well, one thing you guys gotta think about is all the coasts have been irradiated. They're like super hot. Maybe it's stymieing the spread of these pods, or maybe it's the exact opposite. Is what like it's only been 6 or 7 years since all these nukes dropped. These are the coast is pretty singed. Is that
Maybe-
interfering with it?
Maybe like they dropped the nukes, but these guys were actually resistant to radiation. So it really,
We made our own
it basically
situation worse.
we wiped our own shit out, but it didn't really hurt them that much.
But the people would still die. They're
Yeah,
zombies.
yeah.
So at least you denied them. You know, you gave them kind of a buffer zone. Like nobody's alive for them to control. in
I'm
those
imagining
areas.
that scene, in Crisis, where the guy launches the nuke. It's like, don't do it. It'll just make them stronger. I authorized this anyway. Launch the nuke, nothing happens. Fuck.
It makes them stronger.
But
I would say it weakened them, but they're still a sizable presence.
it
Along the
didn't
coastal
affect them
areas.
as much as they thought it would.
Okay.
And they raid, I would say, inward for trying to get people, and because they can stay away from the pods for I don't know a couple weeks, and then they have to go back.
What they do is they take people and they drag them into these pods, and then somehow these people metamorphosize into them.
Okay, guys. Now we need
Over
to
time.
explain. So why has
So
not
now
been...
we've combined like 5 or 6 different genres.
Well, yeah, but now the question is, why don't the city-states lie?
Well, maybe they can't. Like,
They're all fighting over resources.
there's no internet. There's probably no cell towers.
No internet, no cell tower.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
We're
mean, like,
doomed. No.
and fuel is limited. So like, actual communication is probably dependent upon actual transportation. Transportation's kind of dangerous with these raiders, and like both human and these Cthulhuid raiders. And then there's you never quite know where one of these clouds of radioactive debris is just going to blow in across one of the roads.
Note to self: acquire radiation gear.
Hope the
Right,
radiation
so-
gear has toxin filters too.
Right. So somehow, all of that, all the pods and all the Cthulhuids
So I was like, oh god.
have created some sort of psychic web almost around the planet. It's not necessarily them communicating, but it's just like it's done something to the planet that wasn't there before, and that's basically where the psychic maelstrom is coming from.
We're psychically controlling the weather patterns. We're all doomed.
And so now let's get on to the more personal questions, the backstories and whatnot.
See, at this point, Star's going, "What have I done?"
Oh no, I expected some crazy shit. I didn't necessarily expect Cthulhuid multidimensional seagoing zombies that mind control people, but I'm willing to roll with it. Alright, so you guys basically know each other. What exactly do you guys do? Like, do you have a job that you guys do, or are you guys just kind of wandering together? or-
She would be one of those scavengers that goes out. Maybe hires out as protection.
Yeah, that's. I would. Well, I.
Well, you're
would
an
be kind of
operator.
a lone wolf.
You'd be the guy I
Scavenger
get my
kind
job
of thing.
from. I think that's how operators work, isn't it?
No, operators are like the go-to guys. Like, you know, they're like contractors. Like, you know, he could subcontract to you guys, but he doesn't necessarily have to.
I don't know. What I thought, like, I might be like, you know, after that whole encounter with the gangs, I might have just like stumbled off somewhere. The mech's like pretty wrecked. I had to park it, and you found me like collapsed somewhere, maybe.
On the edge of town, about to be raped by some person.
All right. Well, we'll get into that specific in a second.
Okay.
So you guys are basically kind of freelance muscle, but you know.
Do we have other people in our group?
It really depends.
Like under people's crew and contacts, does anybody have anything specific there?
I don't think anybody took anything with a crew, so I think it's just you three right now.
If any contacts I would have would probably be dead now. So
All right, so let's see here. Battle Babe. All right, we're gonna start on the history section. Everybody has introduced their character, blah blah blah.
So we're supposed to put character names where it says character?
Yep.
Yeah.
I just put like the other characters, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
You don't put your
we
own.
discussed this earlier.
All right. So for the Battle Babe, you do you let's make sure everybody has their history sections open.
Got it.
All right, and let's just kind of go down what it tells you to do, and we'll start with the Battle Babe.
No history on the actual like thing.
On the PDF, HX. It says it will start out with everybody introduces their characters by name, look, and outlook. Take your turn. List the other characters' names. Go around again for HX on your turn. And then, for example, the Battle Babe, it says, tell everybody history +1. You put yourself out in the public view. So basically everybody knows you in the group.
So, I walk into town, and I kind of wanted to avoid the bar scenario, but that's kind of what she does. Are you guys in a bar? Or what?
Well, you guys already know each other.
Oh, we already know each other?
Yeah, you guys already know each other. So
We've been traveling together for a while.
So I'm standing in the middle of the street with my hair streaking back, and
okay.
Looks sexy and dangerous.
This is kind of our we're telling.
I'm not sure how this works. I'm
Yeah,
guessing that's what it means. HX +1. You put out something.
You put
everybody
one in a box. We do for Ruby.
Yeah, everybody gets +1 with Ruby, except for
Now,
Ruby.
why are there 4 boxes?
Because when you get 5, you level up, I think.
Yeah, you can either write it as +1, but you see, pluses don't work very well in Google Spreadsheet. It starts to think you're trying to add something.
There's 4 boxes.
So you can,
Let's color the boxes blue for positive and red for negative.
or you could put like an X or an O or whatever it is you want to keep track of it. This is all stuff normally done just with pen and paper, but
So 1 would fill 1 box, and -1 would take away a box.
When you fill 4 boxes, either positively or negatively, you get 1 point of experience.
A +2
would be 2 boxes.
would
And-
do 2 boxes. Okay.
And
So
let's say you got a
X's.
-1 after that, then it would go down to 1 box.
I just say X's then.
Okay.
So Ruby from her history.
Well, it's important to keep track of if it's negative or positive history.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Because you can have a negative relationship with somebody.
maybe how about then over on the other side? There's 2 rows of characters. Just do the same character and have that.
Well,
be
if you look at the Juggernaut specifically right now, the way Cloud has it done is pretty good. He's got it to where the box is just filled in blue. I think that's probably a good way to do it. So if it's If it's positive XP, you can fill those boxes in blue. If it's negative XP, you can fill them in red.
Yep, and if you would have a positive and then get a negative, you move a box.
Yep.
Okay, I see what you're doing. How do you do that on Google?
Click on.
There's a paint bucket up top.
Yep. You find it?
Ta-da!
Excellent. All right.
What's the next thing for Ruby?
That is the only thing Ruby directly does during her turn. Well, actually, let me see here.
It just says on others' turns.
I don't know why that's done on somebody else's turn, though.
I think you're supposed to introduce them as they go.
Yeah. We'll say. Let me take a look at.
Like for mine, it says on other people's turns, whatever they say, add a +1 to it.
Yeah.
Like mine says, choose the character you trust the least. Whatever number that player tells you, ignore it. Write HX +3 next to the character's name instead.
Yeah, so you can basically choose which character you trust the least, but I think you probably should save that for after we.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to the Juggernaut. Do your history move. This is definitely a clunky kind of thing, especially
On your
if
turn,
you haven't done it
choose
before.
one. You like to drink and party when you're not in your suit. Everyone gets HX +1. Or you don't have a thing. You don't make a thing about being friendly. Everyone gets +X to 0. So am I friendly or not? Well,
That's up to you to decide.
You probably just found me pretty wrecked. So yeah, I say I'll be friendly, and everyone else can get HX +1.
It's a +1 for the Juggernaut.
Everybody gets a round of drinks.
Really?
Yeah, you like to drink and party when you're not in your suit. Everyone gets HX +1.
Yeah, it's basically
So
that's
another
how
one?
she introduced you. Yeah, that's.
We did meet at the bar after all.
So
Well,
I should have 2 for each person, the other characters, right?
Now it says on the other player's turn, I have to do 1, 2, or 3 of all these at the bottom.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself.
So who wants to have found me when my suit was broken down?
You don't have. Right. This is starting to get a mess.
It seems like on each player's turn, they pick from the first option, and then the other 2 players pick something from their bottom section.
No, they're not supposed. Other people are not supposed to pick though. It's supposed to be you. The confusing thing is the order. I'm not sure why you would wait for somebody else's turn, because those seem like the things that actually give you your starting HX. All right, so going off of the operators, on the other's turn, whatever number everybody else tells you, give it +1. So you would be correct in saying that you've got +2 on Ruby and +2 on Ryu.
Should actually be +4 then on Ryu, because he gave me 1, which I would add 1 to it, and another one, which I'd add another one to it.
And where did those come from?
Well, for Ryu, he did. Let me go to the Juggernauts on the thing. Oh, Juggernaut's not on.
Yeah, it's a separate page. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah, the Juggernaut says everybody gets +1.
So I would get 2 from that.
You would get you would have a total of 2.
Yeah. Then it said something about a round of drinks. Get another.
No, that was
+1.
that was
that
the
is
same
the
thing.
round of drinks.
Oh, okay. So then I'm at 2 then. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that was where the mix-up was coming in. All right, so Juggernaut, on the other's turn, you can pick 1, 2, or all 3. So pick 1
It
or all of
seems
those
like
options?
you can you do one of each, or like it seems like you choose like one for each person. What it
No,
seems
you
like to
don't
Yeah,
me.
have
it
to do
says
one for each
turns.
person, though.
Does say turns? Others turns.
No, but the thing is, right, his options are one of them helped you when your suit was broken down. Whenever they tell you, write down +3. The thing is, we did character creation a little bit staggered, and like your turn was simply, if we're going by that, your turn for the operator was simply go around for HX. On your turn, choose one or both. Um, so we're going to have to choose one of these ways to do it. We can't keep going back and forth. It doesn't matter what order we do it in. So let's just go down and we'll get everybody's option from one character out of the way, and then we'll move to the next person. If something comes up later when you're talking about the history with somebody, you can edit it or something. But it's just like we have to have it start somewhere.
Okay.
So during the Juggernaut's turn, the Juggernaut said that he liked to drink and party. And nobody interrupted during his turn to do history or say something during that turn. So like, otherwise we wouldn't be able to do that. You guys kind of getting where it's coming from? Otherwise, it's just going to be a big circle of we're not doing anything. Because
Okay,
it's going to be constantly waiting for somebody else who's waiting for somebody else.
Okay. Well, we've gone through two players' turns, so just do mine and
Like
we'd be
as
done.
far as what it seems to me, like it seems to be like okay, everyone gets +1 for my action, and then like for example I think Mac would have been the one that would have found me, and it says whatever number they tell you, write down +3.
Yeah, and he said
if Ruby would have found me, it would have been one of them, probably the way she is, or probably would have found you vulnerable away from your suit, subtract 1 and write it down.
All right, so Mac, do your first part of your history. It's all broken up into 2 parts.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the that I was face down, dedicated to violence, and Ruby got me out of that fix. So something went down in our travels, and got into a hard situation, and Ruby came along and blew people away with her big shotgun thing.
Was that when
So
the
she
police
gets
were harassing you?
+2. Not that long ago. No, it would be sometime within our. I mean, we've known each other, let's say, for few weeks. So sometime over the last couple weeks, and then she would get +2 history with me.
Okay.
Okay.
And I've already done the other people's turn stuff.
All right, so
And
since you're
mine
choosing
says, choose the character you trust the least. I probably trust Ryu the least because I just met him and he's got a big weird mech thing and he was unconscious, so I wouldn't know anything. I've done jobs for Mac before, kind of have a relationship there, so I'm going to choose Ryu as the one I trust the least. So then it
Now
says
for me.
whatever they tell you, ignore it and write HX +3. So basically, instead of +1, I write +3.
yeah.
Does everybody have an N thing then?
Okay, so for mine, Ruby was the one who found me vulnerable and thought me vulnerable, so I get nothing from her. So,
Oh, Mac found you.
yeah, but there's 2 separate ones. I guess I don't. I can't do them both. So I guess I'll just leave one at Ruby, and Mac found me, so I get +3 on whatever number Mac tells me.
You can do both of them. It says on turn, on others' turns, pick 1, 2, or all 3.
Maybe I gave you a hard time at the bar.
Okay, so the way it's written, I guess Ruby found me, but Mac helped me, so she just like walked off, whatever.
The fuck is this scrub doing? Another casualty of the wasteland.
Yeah.
You have -1 barter on you.
So what was Mac's action? What did he actually? Did he do his yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that I was under fire and Ruby.
Yeah. Well,
saved
the
my ass.
second part to Max is anybody who he did not name gets +1. So you get +1, Collab.
Oh, okay. So
Really?
write down
Yeah.
+3.
Read at the bottom of your
it
thing.
doesn't
Tell
matter,
everybody else HX +1.
Oh yeah. Tell everyone else HX +1. So there you go.
Yeah. So I
HX
start
+1, Ryu.
at 3 with Mac and nothing with Ruby.
Alrighty. Now when it says at the end, what if it was a tie? Like I'm tied with both of them.
At that point, you can basically just pick.
Alrighty.
But did you do your second half? On the other's turn, whatever number everybody tells you,
Yeah.
give it a +1.
I was doing that when it was going.
All right. Did everybody else do their second half?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Yeah, I did alright.
Okay, good. And so, what is everybody's total with everybody else?
Ryu 3, Mac 2.
Mac 3, Ruby nothing.
2 and 2.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, at the end, find the character with the highest HX on your sheet. Ask that player which of your stats is most interesting and highlight it. So go ahead and do that. If it's tied, you can choose.
Alrighty. So I guess Ruby start us off since you started before.
Alright, so Ryu has the highest HX, so I gotta ask you which of my stats is the most interesting.
The most interesting.
Yeah. Basically, either what your character finds the most interesting, like is he really attracted to her, or like what your character would like to see more of in the future in terms of like I know that this character acts really cool, but is does she have the hardness to back it up, or is she sharp? And it doesn't have to be one of the beneficial ones or something. It's just like, what do you think your character kind of sees as an important attribute to that person?
Well,
And this will change every session.
Oh. Because the histories change.
Yep.
well, she caught me when I was down, so she probably wasn't very cool at that point, so I'm going to go with that she was hot. What do you highlight? Oh, I see.
All right, and I'm gonna say highlight your cool as well, Battle Babe.
Okay.
Next.
My sheet is turning rainbow. It's still made different colors.
Mac is the highest on my history.
Alrighty. Which stat do you want me to highlight?
That's your choice.
Really? I thought it was yours.
That's
No,
what I just did for Foster.
Yeah, otherwise there's no point having you highlight it.
Okay.
Yeah,
let's see.
what is your character most intrigued about by that character?
Oh, so I'm highlighting Juggernaut's thing, the Ryu's thing. Let's see here. Probably your sharpness, I'm going to go with.
Okay, then you mark the box next to sharp. There's a little tiny box.
mark it?
Yeah.
Right. Ryu, I think we need to see how you act under fire. So highlight cool as well.
Okay. Now the operator.
I'm gonna go with since she saved my butt, I'm gonna go with Ruby.
Okay. She likes to see you shoot people, so she's gonna go hard. She's by force or go aggro.
She's a very straightforward person.
I see.
Hear that, operator? The Battle Babe wants to see you get hard.
Yep. I'm gonna have you highlight sharp.
Alrighty.
All right, now that is out of the way. I know that was fairly messy. I think all of the character sheets are done.
Hold is something to do with combat, right?
Hold is
I think it's
basically
like influence.
yeah. It's like there's certain moves that you get, and it says if you do this, gain 1 hold, and you can spend that hold. It's basically a token to do something. I'm trying to look to find a good example of it on somebody's character sheet.
Like I asked, because mine says when you enter a charged situation, roll plus hot on a 10 plus hold 2 on 979 hold 1.
Yep.
Spend your hold for one to make eye contact with blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, so when you get hold, in order to keep track of it, you go down to the hold box and you just put 2 X's there. And you can spend that whenever you want on those abilities. Sometimes, like an ability will say you can spend hold just to simply give you a +1 on different rolls. And sometimes it's a little bit more regulated, like you have to spend it to do this stuff. Hold is pretty important. All right, so we are out in the world. Where are you guys? Are you guys on the way to a town or what? It sounds like you guys just came across Ryu not too long ago. Are you taking him back to some place you know is safer than where you were?
We're gonna take him back and give him a drink. He looks like he could use one.
At a known town, sure.
All right. Does this
Is he
known town have a name?
unconscious, or is he like just being dragged back?
No, I'm conscious. You kind of found me like kind of like moping on the side of the road, staring out like, how am I supposed to get this out of here?
You have an interesting vehicle, Ryu. Well, actually, I don't know your name yet, do I, sir?
Ah, yes.
I know. We've known each other.
Yeah, but I don't
So
know
we've been on the
Ryu,
road
though.
We've probably already developed the history, or probably just.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. We just did that, right? Yeah, so.
You've known each other, but maybe not long.
Yeah.
A couple days or longer.
Had
However,
a few drinks, and I'm probably trying to figure out. Look, let's say that the mech is electrical. It runs off a gigantic capacitor. How's that?
Whatever you say.
Does it have like a solar panel source to charge?
Does have slow startup.
yeah, maybe that's why it takes so long to start up. It's got to charge off the freaking sun.
Initial capacitance charge, 50%. If it's cloudy, it has a really hard time.
That would be a big solar panel.
Yeah, it would.
Um,
It's like Wally. It has a giant fold-out backpack.
it has one of those, but it would take forever to charge with it. So it also can hook up to like a generator or something.
So it's got alternate source for charging. Okay.
It would be preferred to use a generator, but if not, it has the solar panel. It can unfold.
So, assuming we're traveling by like truck or something, that would be able to haul
Does
the mech with us.
So
we have a vehicle
you've
for
basically
him?
hitched a ride on somebody's truck.
Yeah,
None of
we
us
would
own
need
a
to have
truck.
Yeah,
we would
but
need to have a truck
you know,
driver.
you guys can say that you've hitched a ride somewhere. Who is this person, and how did you find them? And are they transporting anybody else?
So I kind of stood out by the road and just looked sexy with my thumb stuck out.
And so this truck pulled up. What kind of truck is it? Is it an actual semi, or is it like an old fruit truck, or like an F-150?
It's like
Semi with a flatbed.
a six-wheeled military truck
Okay. Flatbed military truck. Cool.
that might be capable of carrying Cloud's Cloud's thing. um. Oh, hi there, sir. Maybe you could give me and my friends a lift back to town? Dot dot dot.
All right, so you see pretty much just this really dusty window, and kind of slowly rolls down. It looks like he's actually having to hand crank it, and there's this guy, and he's got this weathered face, but he's got pretty energetic eyes. He gives
Oh,
you
he
kind
should.
of he
He
gives
should.
you kind of a long look. He doesn't look particularly clean, but he's not terribly terribly filthy or anything. It's just he looks like he's been on the road a while, and he's pretty hard scrabble. And he gives you a look, and it's obvious that he's giving you a look, a little bit more
It's that look.
because of your body, but he's also like, you can tell he's noted that giant ass shotgun slung over your shoulder. And it looks like he's about to say something, and then he kind of sees this hulking machine just kind of lying over by the side of the road, and he squints at it. He looks back at you, and he says, "Well, what are you doing out here, miss? This is dangerous parts."
We were on our we were on our way out to a job, and Mark there. Name was Mark, right? Mac.
Mac.
Sorry. Mac there said we could make some good credit off of it, but then Ryu's damn mech broke down again. That
Mech?
thing is, what do you want to call it?
Robot.
Well, what the hell is that thing? It just looks like a hunk of metal to me.
More like an armored
It may
suit,
be a hunk
sir.
of metal now, sir, but you should see it when I get it moving.
He's definitely looking around warily, and you kind of find it a little odd that he's just alone in this truck. Like, you can't really see all that well into the other side of the cabin. Like, it being kind of a military surplus truck, it's pretty high off the ground. But you don't hear anybody else in there, and you don't really get the sense that there's anybody else in there.
I ask him where he's headed to with such a vehicle, and also I tell him my name's Mac, and I wonder if he's heard of me before.
Well, folks around these parts call me Racehorse. Yeah, and he looks at you like you're going to laugh, and he's kind of waving his hand like get it over with.
Yeah, I chuckle a little bit at that.
And he's like, I'm making the run up to Fort Kroger, up a little ways up the road here.
Have you been there recently?
No, it's been a few weeks. I was out scavenging for parts, and he kind of hooks his thumb back, and if you look, you can see a tarp over everything in the back, but it looks kind of bulky. Like maybe he's got some car parts and some other stuff back in there. It doesn't look like it was the most fruitful of hauls. Like the whole thing isn't just covered. So he's got some spare space in there.
What's the fort like these days?
Yeah, I've had some problems up that way.
Now the goddamn rocket gang. They're they're terrorizing the roads, trying to gun everybody who's going back and forth between Old Kroger and Old Church. Pretty much the only settlements around here. So, I'm not even really sure how you guys got the hell out of here. You're pretty far out here, and you can tell that after a while of getting used to the idea of the hot redhead and then like the weird robot, like he's kind of suspicious. Like he's looking around and he's kind of looking at the brush on the side of the road.
Oh. Well, we did have a vehicle, but we lost it, and we've been on foot for a couple days now.
Well, where are you coming from?
From down south there. Fort.
Ah,
Yeah, just be aware, my current packet loss is like 70% in rising on incoming, so
Connection lost.
you still connected?
Connected.
Oh, there I am again.
User joined your channel.
never close to take about a break. If anyone needs to, it's probably a good time.
The router.
Connection lost. Connected.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright.
Connection seems fine as of right now.
User joined your channel.
Is that any better?
Can you guys hear me?
It's going up
Siri.
again.
Yeah, as soon as you talk, it started going up again. I don't know. Probably the internet connection. I don't know. I've reset everything on my end, so I don't know.
It's only the incoming packets, though. The outs are fine.
And yeah, that's what makes it weird.
Did you guys pause the recording?
I haven't yet. I don't think I can actually pause it. I can stop it, but that'll break it into parts.
Oh, okay. Alright, well.
It's climbing like crazy again. Basically, the last part, I got about 30% of what you said on each word. So I was like, ah.
Can you still hear me now?
Yeah,
We're getting
but
30% right now.
Yeah.
like if you right-click my name and say connection info, it's weird. It's all incoming packets that are missing.
Now it's dropping back down. It's fine now.
Hmm.
Now I'm at 7%. Now it's going up to 10. I wonder if Jared's doing anything. One moment.
Yeah, I had to tell him off this morning because I just got apparently our cable company is introducing data limits.
1 second. I'm back.
Yeah, apparently our cable company is introducing data limits. So
That sucks.
I got an email saying you have used 75% of your available bandwidth for this month, and I'm like, so what?
Jesus.
He streams video all day long, and I'm like, you're gonna have to start using either a lower quality or cut back on how much video you watch.
All right. Well, it sounds like Mac is back. How's the connection?
Right now it's tolerable. Around 2%. I don't know if maybe Jason told my little brother off. I don't know. See what he might have been doing.
Yep, I don't know. Doesn't seem like anything crazy is going on.
Right. Well, before we took our break, it sounded like Mac was trying to use one of the operator's abilities.
Yep. Should I say when I'm trying to use that stuff?
No. That's. I mean, you can clarify now, and you can tell everybody
Okay.
kind of what it does.
Alrighty. I'm trying to use my reputation.
All right. So reputation says when you meet somebody important, your call, roll plus cool on a hit they've heard of you, and you say what they've heard.
Alrighty. So it would be roll 2d6 plus 2.
Yes.
Ooh, what does that one do?
7 to 9. Let's see here.
Doesn't say.
Yeah, it just says on a miss they've heard of you, but the MC will decide what they've heard. All right, so yeah, he says, he kind of gives you another glance, like he's like, what did you say your name was?
Mac.
Mac.
New Haven.
Oh,
Newport, I mean.
yeah, I heard of you. I think if you're the Mac that I heard of, he looks kind of, a little bit flustered, like he was really thinking that you might have been somebody else, and he looks a little bit relieved.
You're not as hard as I thought you was.
It might not exactly be clear, but he's kind of sitting back a little bit easier now. You're not quite sure why he's a little bit more at ease, but he's heard of you, and he's like, yeah, I had a friend named Bud. He was telling me about a jam I think you helped him out with, or maybe it was a bar fight, or I don't know. He's not that great of a friend, but I know who you are. Not one of those rocket bike gang fuckers.
Nope. I was hoping you could give us a lift.
Hmm.
I'm familiar with this rocket gang you refer to, sir. They destroyed my whole unit a few days back.
You're one of those military types?
Indeed, sir. We were running exercises out here, and they ambushed us in the city streets. About 20 of them all around us.
That's a hard tale. They've really been tearing up these roads as of late. How where are you guys heading?
Well, head to the fort and see how things are going there.
All right. Well, just how heavy is that lunk of metal? Can you actually get it up here? He points back to the truck.
Yeah, the capacitor's pretty low, but I think I can get it onto the bed if you want that. It should be able to hold it. It's not terribly heavy.
He looks really dubious, and he's obviously thinking about it. Kind of looks back to Mac. He's considering. Then you see his eyes kind of cut over to Ruby in a little bit different manner, and you can tell he's thinking about a little bit something else. He's like, okay, all right, just don't take this the wrong way, but out here alone, you can't be too careful, so just no sudden moves. And he pops the door on the truck, and as he does so, you see that he's got a like an SMG that's basically been laying in his lap, pointed out the door.
We get to read the situation, right?
Yeah, if you want to read the situation, you perfectly can.
Okay.
So
2d6 plus sharp.
so Juggernaut, Ryu is reading. 11. That is a good roll. All right. On a 10 plus,
Ask
you get to
three
ask
questions.
3. And you have the list of read a sitch there.
Yeah. So the first 3 are like combat situations, so that's probably not going to apply.
Well, you can say instead of what enemy is the biggest threat, you can say, what here is the biggest threat. You can kind of rephrase it a little bit.
It's probably read a person, not really read a situation.
One other thing is
The roll's the same though. It's the same difference. It's just
this isn't like Dungeons and Dragons where everybody gets to make a perception check. Basically, if one person is doing something, it's kind of like them doing it.
Okay.
And the main thing is just like, you're probably not going to get anything different than they would. In some situations, I might let you do it, but Ryu is pretty much going to get everything you could possibly want. So what questions are you asking?
is this actually read a situation, or I guess read a person is more applicable because it's just the one guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, hold 3, spend the hold 1 for 1 to ask the following questions.
Yep.
What does your character intend to do? I guess whatever. Did we get this guy's name?
Yeah, his nickname, Racehorse.
Racehorse, yeah.
You're pretty sure that it's not been enough years after the apocalypse that's his actual name.
Okay.
So you're asking, what does the character intend to do? He intends to get out of the truck and see about getting that mech up into the back.
Okay. Is he telling the truth that he's going to this fort?
Yes, he is.
Can I keep like one in reserve? Like retain one hold, or do I have to spend it all now?
It's not really specifically stated. I'm going to say you can hold it for this one person for this session. So, like, if something comes up later, I'm going to say you got a good enough read to where, unless the situation really drastically changes, you can ask one of these questions later about him.
Okay, well that's fine for now then. Okay.
All right, so he pops it open, and he's got like a Mac 10. It's not a very high quality machine gun. You don't even know if it works. Like it's pretty worn. And he's not holding it up. It's just laying in his lap, and it was obviously pointed to the door. And he cuts the engine. He takes the keys out, and he hops out. He says, "All right, well, let's have a look."
Okay, I'll get in the mech and see if I can get it started. So the main capacitor is probably at like, I don't know, 5% or something.
Start up, you're getting a kind of flashing red warnings. Warning, minimal charge.
So how does getting into this mech actually work?
The front kind of like folds open, and you stand in it, and then it closes.
So is it entirely sealed?
It's got a cockpit you can shoot into. Other than that, yeah, this one is.
All right, so you hop in, and this thing has been being a bitch all morning. You punch the light or punch the button, turn a few knobs. It starts to light up, but it's obviously complaining about it. It doesn't want to get up. But you hear it just start to whine, just a slow kind of little rumble, and you know that it's on the way, but it's probably going to take like 10 minutes for this thing to actually spool up.
All right.
Oh, and back to Mac. That's something that's going to come into play, I think, between sessions. Let me take one look at your character sheet to see if it might inform something about this one.
It does choose 3 paying gigs and 1 additional obligation gig.
Yeah, that'll be stuff for next session.
Okay.
All right, so you know that it's going to take like 10 minutes. Are you just going to... I mean, this thing is basically lying next to the road. Are you going to sit in there or what? He looks pretty fascinated by it, but he doesn't look like he's poking his head in or anything. He's just pretty curious.
Okay. I'm gonna go
It's
ahead
obviously
and
he's
open
never
the
seen
cockpit,
this before.
and then we can have a conversation. Like, this thing will take a bit to boot up, but give me a chance to get her charged up, and you'll see her really fly.
It's like, huh?
Well,
Never
not truly
seen
fly,
one of
but
these
she'll
before.
run like lightning.
It doesn't look like it's that fast.
Looks can be deceiving.
Hmm. Right, so he goes around to the back of the truck, and he pops the latch. He looks around. He hops up, and he starts looking to see if he can make some space. And he's definitely got enough room up there.
I just had an image of a mech sitting on the tailgate as we go down the road.
Might have to have a leg hanging off or something. And you catch the glimpse that it's obviously machine parts and stuff that he's got under this tarp. He kind of kicks them a little bit further back, shifts them back towards the cabin to make some room. After he's done that, he's looking around like a little bit awkward, like he doesn't know what to do with the time. Maybe he doesn't actually interact with people a whole lot. Maybe there's a reason why he's kind of a scavenger. And he ends up looking around and basically like, you guys are out kind of on the edge of one of the many semi-ruined cities, past the suburbs. And there's just kind of fields on either side of the road for as far as you can see. And he sits down on the tail and says, "Well, It's obvious he has no idea what to talk about. Like, this is a very foreign situation to
So
him."
they have a lot of need for parts up at the base?
Well, it's not actually so much a base. It was an old fort back in the Civil War. They still call it Fort Kroger, but no actual military presence. It's more of a small town. It's pretty well defended though. A lot of old buildings, and you know how they make those old buildings.
They have any trouble up that way?
Just the rockets. But they've been coming in a little bit less frequently.
Echoing a little bit.
what about jobs? They got any jobs?
Well, there's always
Yeah,
work.
don't send us on a job like that last one, Mac. That didn't go so hot.
He kind of gives a look between the two of you, like, what are you talking about?
Well, we need to get a new car somewhere.
He seems to file that away. He says it's it's a small community. We've been pretty fortunate with most of the rabble.
Keeping an eye out as this talk occurs.
Yeah, it seems pretty clear that he's keeping an eye out too. Although he might be a little bit more distracted than he normally would be. He says we're pretty remote, so it's really only the bikers that can kind of harass us. They've got the range, and everything else is just fields of corn. There's nobody really willing to walk 20, 30 miles out there. We do have kind of an issue with feeding everybody. We certainly got all the crops, but they've not been doing terribly well. Obviously, he just kind of points up at the general haze that's almost always in the sky. So we've been resorting to hunting out in the wilderness, but it's been getting a little bit scarcer, and I don't know. It's not the most active of towns.
Yeah, we haven't been up this way before. How do people live at this Fort Kroger?
He kind of shrugs, and I mean, how did they live everywhere else? I've only been, I mean, to be honest, I've only been as far west as was pretty much here. Like we've been mainly scavenging small towns and industrial sites. I think that the farthest I've ever been away is Devant, and that's only like maybe 30 miles to the west. I don't really know how the rest of the country is faring.
Don't go east, that's all I can tell you.
Yes.
You know what
He looks like that's accepted advice.
Are these goods that you're getting, are they going to be able to be traded for food, or how is the food situation being addressed?
Well, there's more than enough to go around right now. It's mainly stockpiling for the winter that's got people's skirts up in a knot.
Ah, I see.
It's the farmers out here they've been used to how it was before, and with all the fallout and kind of, it sounds like he wants to put quotes around it. It's like, and all that shit happening on the coast, it's apparently changed some things, and even the harvest is out of season. So I don't rightly fully understand it myself. I've always been kind of a mechanical man myself. I only really know how to take stuff apart and sometimes put them back together.
A useful skill out here these days.
But any technical expertise you might have, he kind of looks over at Ryu. It could come in handy, and truth be told, we got a lot of younger folk and a lot of older folk. He says we could always use people to man the defenses when the Rocketers come around. I can't speak for the town though.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting in on them a little bit too for what they've done to Ryu's men and
Our damn
also
car.
their car. Yeah,
You guys have a lot of run-ins with them?
had a couple.
Only one, but it was it left me down 5 men.
5? Wow. That's a right shame.
Yeah, their suits weren't quite up to the quality of my Raijin here, but they were still pretty high end.
The worst I've heard is up in Mainline. You heard about what they did?
Can't say I have.
No.
Well, Mainline was a small town, and we were kind of relying on them for our water before we came up with an alternate solution. He kind of puts quotes in again, kind of like he's more like quoting accepted, like town policy. But that blasted rocket gang, they just kind of hounded them and kept hounding them, and I don't know what the word is for it. Blockade, maybe, or court. I don't know what it is. They wouldn't let anybody in or anybody out. They eventually starved them out, or at least enough to where they opened the gates. And God, you don't want to do that. There's nothing left of that town.
Damn Raiders. Under her breath.
All right,
Destroying what's left of society.
right about now, you're just kind of waiting. And, the clouds are, as usual, overcast. There's not a whole lot of sunny days anymore. But they're looking a little bit more darker than normal coming in from the east. It looks like there's probably a storm that's going to roll in. You might not really be able to tell when or how big, but it looks kind of nasty.
Does the storm bring elevated levels of nastiness, quote, quote, with it, or in this world?
I don't know. What's your experience with it?
Well, I'm saying if it's a particulate matter, the rain would probably bring more.
Yeah, but it depends on where it comes from.
Well, from the east. Well, depends how far we are, I guess.
It's probably a fair assumption that it's not going to be the healthiest storm, but you're out in the Midwest. That stuff dissipates. There is a lot of area, so I think you know by now that if you stand out in the middle of the storm, you're going to die of radiation.
Oh, jeez. Might lose you again then.
It's stupid, I know. It's kind of
dropping
hovering.
now.
I think it's whenever Jer starts a new stream and it sucks all the bandwidth for a few
God.
seconds. That'd be my guess. Now it's dropping. It's going to like 25%. But anyway. Ryu, that thing started up yet?
Almost there.
Looks like a storm's
It's
coming.
the main condenser, 90%.
All right, so are you guys basically just gonna wait for it to
Continue
to
shooting
start?
shit till Ryu's mech gets a want running.
All right, well, let me look at something real quick.
Yeah, we'll just ride into good old Fort Kruger, is it?
Burger.
Kroger.
This time I take
Yep, it's going up again, 60%.
Let me know if it cuts out to where you can't understand
Scavenging.
me.
Now it's dropping again.
And then I got Racehorse, 6-wheeled mill truck. And I got a town called Devot, to 30 miles southwest.
Devant, I think it was.
Or Devont.
Yep.
I missed part of it because it was
No,
breaking
he's
up.
doing pretty good though. All right, so it's only a couple minutes left until the charge is complete. You're getting your constant feedback from Ryu. And something just makes Racehorse kind of perk up a little bit. And he's sitting there on the tail, and he's looking around, not really warily anymore. But all of a sudden, he just kind of stops, and he He looks around, and he stands up. And he's like standing up on the back of the truck. He's kind of looking around.
This is why we're driving.
Something
No, you
got
guys
your
are-
goose there, racehorse?
You guys are just about done waiting for the mech to charge up.
Oh, okay.
It's like, did you guys hear that?
Hear what? I
Hear
ready my shotgun. I'm like, hear what? I don't hear anything.
Well, he sees you pull out your shotgun. He's like, whoa, wow.
Wait, what'd you hear?
It might have been the wind. And he's looking off to the north, and basically there's just, miles upon miles of corn and maybe wheat. And it's not the most healthy looking stuff, so it's hard to tell.
Well, I guess I'll have a look.
Right?
I'll send the spy fly up. Can I do that when it's not actually running? Is that a feature of the mech or a feature of something I have?
You can do it. It doesn't have to say that the mech has to be online, and you're technically in it.
Okay, I'll send my little drone up. I'll have to go find a picture of the drone later, but it's a little helicopter drone, like a ducted fan kind of deal.
Right. So like a port pops open, and this little drone pops out.
Yeah, like the original MechWarrior Online video that got redacted.
Yeah. Well, when that happens, it flies up in the air. Racehorse is just like, holy what the hell is that?
Yeah, pretty cool, isn't it?
He's like squinting at it. Is that one of those RC copters?
It's a bit more
sort
advanced
of.
than that, sir, but it serves the same function. Here, I got this. I flip I have a console around that I can flip to him. It's like it gives you back a video feed. I can see what's out there then.
Holy shit! He looks like really amazed. Like he was really dubious about, what this mech actually could do, but suddenly having like the ability to see in remote places, it just like clicks in his brain.
It is kind of limited though. I can't fly it while I'm controlling the unit.
So,
Ask one question.
was that your... Alright, you rolled a 9. You get to ask one. Let me see. I may have to give you a little bit more of a background. Oh, I guess that one actually would probably apply.
Yeah, once something new is spotted.
Is that what you're going to ask?
Yeah, let's go with that.
All right. So you guys see this drone just kind of shoot up about 15 feet, and I guess fly out over the corn. You're directing it that way.
I look over at the console that shows the video feed.
Keep an eye on the moving corn.
It's really hard to keep the depth in proper perspective from up top, because it's just these endless fields of corn and wheat and all this shit, and there's probably a bunch of weeds that have grown in there by now. And since you're looking at it directly from overhead or a little bit to the side if it angles its camera, you're not getting the best picture. Like it's not as if you're looking at something out on a road or on a ridge line or something. But as you're panning the camera over, you're seeing corn stalks and stuff moving in the wind. It looks all pretty natural, but then there's one that's going a little bit counter to the wind. It looks like maybe there's a few corn stalks moving in it. You can't really be sure, but like it's starting to actually resemble like maybe something's moving out in there, and it's actually starting to get a little bit closer. Like it looks like it's only maybe 20-25 feet away, like just on the other side of the old wooden fence that's kind of on the edge of the road.
I get my weapon
we got
prepared.
moved to the third quadrant.
I point my gun out over that way.
What do you see? What do you see? And he's got his SMG out, and he's like, he's on the top of
I can't get a clear fix on it, but something's moving out there just beyond that old fence.
Are there any like holes in the fence?
Well,
boards
it's
missing.
literally like a really old timey picket fence. Like it's just like a fence area is 2 posts and then 2 cross posts. So
Okay,
it's not
so
meant
it's
to
not
keep anything
obstructing your
out.
view. Okay.
It's mainly just to delineate like where the field is and stuff.
Alrighty.
Ryu, you might want to get that thing moving.
Almost done.
Capacitor charge at 98.5%.
I yell out towards the corn. I say, "Come out with your hands up."
You just hear the wind, and from the camera, you know, it seems like the movement has stopped. It's just about 25 feet from the road.
Alrighty. I quietly whisper to
What do you
Ruby.
think? What do you think? You think here, Mac? They didn't answer. Should I open
Nope.
fire?
Well,
I wouldn't do that yet.
it might just be a coyote. You know, that their kind of rule these parts nowadays. And as he says that, you hear this shriek. And have
sound like
any
no
of
coyote.
you ever actually run into one of the Cthulhuids before?
No. Heard tale of them now.
Sure, I have once.
Oh,
early on.
so is this kind of maybe the kind of scream that you wouldn't forget?
Yeah, it sounds something like that.
It is like this shrieking wail, and instantly, Mac, you get this shiver just running up your spine, and you have a very good idea what this is, even though it makes absolutely no sense.
Why this thing's out here alone?
Yeah, I mean, you are nowhere near the coast.
And they mostly come out at night, mostly.
Well, I don't think that was
they-
ever established.
Yeah,
but
but they're usually in packs too. I would think, from what we described them, coming out together in big, huge groups of Cthulhuoid zombie thingy majiggers.
so what do you do?
Mac, what was that? Doesn't sound like no coyote.
I think it's one of the zombies. I don't know how it's out here.
What are you talking about? He's like, Racehorse kind of stands up a little bit, and he's like, we never had no zombies in our parts.
That shriek is pretty unmistakable. It sounds just like one.
I don't
You
know.
can tell he's starting to get pretty nervous about that. Like,
Ryu, what's that you got over there?
99%. Another moment.
Damn it, last 2% always goes so slow, Ryu.
I know.
as you guys are talking, 3 people burst out of the corn,
Okay.
and they
Not
start
zombies?
running.
Are they running towards us?
It's an important
Yeah,
question.
they're
Which
just-
way they're running?
They are coming out of the northern corn, like where you guys are looking from. The the roads where you guys are pretty kept pretty high off the ground, and there's usually a pretty good distance between the
Raised
corn.
dirt road.
Yeah, except it's not dirt. But things are
Paved.
kind of overgrown a little bit, and you can see up to the fence, but not really past it. And so there may be, like, as they're starting to run into this fence and jump over it and crawl and just scrabble over it, they're like 15 feet away, and
Are they armed?
they look fucking batshit nuts.
Are they armed?
Not from what you can see. They look to be wearing clothes, but like it's not like they're dressed almost. It's just like what they had on them, and
Are they like
it's tattered
define
and
nuts? Are they
muddy
like
and
terrified
dirty.
out of their minds nuts, or like raving mad frothing at the mouth nuts?
Little closer to the second one. And they're charging you. They're getting over the fence.
Stop or I'll shoot. Like, discharge a shell over their heads. They stop.
Nope.
I give about a 1 count after that, and I open up on the biggest one of them.
All right, so that sounds like you are going aggro.
Aggro, yes.
All right, so
that
for
would be
going
a
aggro,
hard roll.
roll plus hard. On a 10 plus, they have to choose. Force your hand and suck it up, or cave and do what you want. On a 7 and 9, they can instead choose one.
They get to choose?
Yeah. Let's see here. What did you roll?
An 8.
All right. Their options, and I'm not going to tell you this every time, but just to kind of explain how the system goes.
Do I get experience for that too?
Is that one of your marked stats?
Yeah.
Yep. So up at the top of your page. Yep, exactly like that. If you had rolled a 10 plus, like, you literally basically would have just been able to just force them to do something. Now, since it's kind of a minor success, they choose either to get the hell out of your way, barricade themselves securely in, give you something they think you want, back off calmly, hands where you can see them, or tell you what you want to know. Well, there's certainly nothing that you want to know. They're not going to back off with their hands where you can see them. They don't really have anything you want, and there's no place to barricade themselves in, so they're going to get the hell out of your way. So you open up. What are you using exactly? Your
My,
MP5?
yeah, my MP5.
All right, so you start lighting it up, and they just start scattering. And,
So they're no longer coming right at us. They're like,
yeah, they're you've got two running off to the left, where you can basically still see them, and one of them is running off to the right, kind of obscured by the truck.
alrighty.
And like, it doesn't look like they're just totally backing off, but like, you definitely headed off their charge. And you can be reasonably sure, what these people are.
They're a racehorse. You might want to get this truck started. I'm climbing into the back of the truck.
You are right. And he just starts firing his gun. He's not really hitting anything, but he's like, he's doing it just to make himself feel better. And he jumps over the edge of the truck, and he goes for the cab to get it started.
All right, I climb into the back of the truck and I cover the two doors into the cab.
I'm on the passenger side, covering down that side just in case they come around the other way.
The mech's almost done, but I'm going to lean out the window with my pistol.
All right, well,
all right. Ryu,
yeah,
get that thing moving.
As you're leading out of the mech, you see a couple of the they're basically mind controlled. I don't know if you guys have a name for them or if you just call them zombies.
Zombies, sure.
They're the ones that broke off to the left. They don't know that you're in the mech. Like, they don't know what the hell this thing is, and they didn't see you in there. But you see them going for the truck. What do you do?
They're going. There's like two of them, or one.
Yeah, there's two of them. You can't see the third one. He's gone somewhere.
Okay, I'm going to shoot one of the two in the leg.
What was that? You kind of broke
I'm going
off.
to shoot one of the two in the leg with my pistol.
Okay. All right. Trying to see here.
So how do you actually inflict harm? I guess you have to seize
That's
by force.
that's seized by force. So you are definitely trying to actually harm them. So roll plus hard, and don't get a 6.
Well, 6 or lower, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Choose any two.
Yeah, choose 2.
There's nothing I'm trying to take a hold
Are
of.
these skills you guys are rolling, or
The
Is
basic moves.
Yeah.
It's in the character PDF.
well, I see when
Page
you try to
35.
seize something by force, so try to secure something, roll plus hard, but I don't see what it does.
Listed beneath there's like a few bullet points. And for seized
Are
by
you
force, it
looking at
says
page 34 of the book, Fossey?
I'm looking at page 32.
seized by force. It says you have the options. You take definite hold of it, which is basically like the situation. You suffer little harm, which means
I see.
anything that
Advanced
happens
basic
during that
moves.
situation, you suffer less.
I was looking farther up where it just said
You
basic
inflict
and personal
terrible
moves.
harm means anything you're doing, you deal more, or you impress, dismay, or frighten, which is
Well, I
pretty
shot him
obvious.
in the leg, so it's probably you impress, dismay, or frighten, and suffer a little harm.
No, you can choose though. It
Well, I
doesn't have to
choose
be
to.
what you're doing. So you are choosing to suffer little harm, and impress. I'm not going to normally do this. I will say, they're not coming at you. It doesn't look like you're probably going to suffer harm.
Yeah, but I don't know where the third one is.
You could always, that's a valid point.
Can I see them from the back of the truck?
Yeah, you could definitely see him. But let's. How did I get out of roll 20?
Uh-oh. Hit the X button by accident.
Yeah, all right, I'm back. Yeah, so you suffer little harm and you impress, dismay, or frighten. Let's see, what weapon are you using? Your
9mm pistol. 2 harm, close, loud.
all right. So yeah, you deal 2 harm to one of them. It is loud, and they are just within your range. So you fire off a 9mm round, and it just blows through this thing's kneecap, or this person's kneecap, and he just goes down, like he just crumples, and
Doesn't scream or nothing?
like there's kind of a guttural, animalistic, like grunt.
That
But,
definitely isn't human anymore.
But yeah, it's not like a scream of outright pain or anything. And the other one sees
what
that,
are
but
these
more
things?
importantly hears that, and it bolts to the side, like not sure where it came from.
All right, I take a shot at the closest one to the truck. At that point,
All right, so you hear the truck starting up, and he's like slamming the door. He's like, "Get the fuck on! God damn it! How long is that thing gonna take? Holy shit!"
capacitor charge at 100%.
So he's screaming that as you're shooting at the other one.
So I roll.
Roll your seized by force, which is plus hard.
Okay, well, I have ice cold, so when I go aggro, I roll plus cool instead.
Awesome.
Okay.
You basically just you narrow your eyes in a very Clint Eastwood-esque stare, and you line them up in the sights of your
Oh,
gun,
double
and
ones.
it is, you chose the elephant gun because it is the biggest, baddest gun
And
there
it
is.
just kicks me off the back of the truck.
That is actually exactly what happens. You fire, and you don't even see where the shot goes. It's just maybe it's the worn down treading on your shoes, or the
So I
the
land on the
slickness
ground
of
and I'm like, fuck! And I start loading 2 more
Yeah.
bills.
Either way, you go off the back of the truck.
Before or after
And-
it starts to pull away.
Mac, where are
You're
you
not
right
on the
now?
truck
Max.
yet, I don't think.
Max, he heard the shooting, so he kind of checked over his shoulder, and about that same time, he saw Ruby flying off the truck. So I'm going to jump down on the opposite side of the truck and start coming around to see if I can help her, see if she's under any dire situation.
Or it is
I
a
was on the
good
other side.
thing you did that, because that third one that everybody saw run off has come around the front of the truck,
Okay.
and it looked like it might have been thinking about going for racehorse in the front, but he's got this big military truck. It's all buttoned up, and all of a sudden this nice juicy redhead just fell off. So
All right.
this guy, if you want to call him, is definitely making his way
I'm
way
gonna,
there.
I'm
And
gonna,
I'm frantically scrambling at my belt for 2 more shells.
I'm gonna
Alright.
start firing at it.
Get
Alright,
close
and,
the mech up and get it running because it was at 100% now.
All right. So are you intending to actually to blow this thing away?
Yeah.
All right. Roll
Try
a
to
seize
do
by
harm.
force.
All right, that's
That's
hard.
hard,
Right?
unless you have something like I don't.
Now,
don't
do I
think
get
you know.
another experience for doing this, or is that once per session?
No, you get another one.
Oh, cool.
Level ups
All
can
right.
be really fast, or they can be really slow. It all
All right.
depends on what the situation is calling for.
Oh, it's not the best.
Not the worst. You get to choose two. It's still a
Alrighty.
success.
I want to inflict terrible harm,
Nice.
and let's see. I want to suffer a little harm in case this thing gets to me for some strange reason.
You blow that fucker away.
All right.
You unload a burst, and it's a 3-round burst, 9mm. First shot takes it in the navel, and this is still fairly human looking. Maybe it hadn't been eating or taking care of himself really well, but still human. Blood blossoms out. The next two take him right up in the chest, and he just goes down. And you're standing right over the redhead. You've got your battle stance kind of going, and your gun's smoking, and this thing just falls to a heap.
I turn to Ruby and I hold out my hand and I say, "Come with me if you want to live." No, I'm just kidding.
I
Say,
take
"Help
his hand to get back to my feet after I shove 2 more shells into my gun.
Okay, so
Alright,
the one
so-
that got blown away, was it the one that had his leg shot, or is another one?
Another one. It's the
That
went
that
around
one
the
is
truck.
lying down on the ground, kind of twitching. Doesn't seem to be getting up. It's not dead, but the one that you kneecapped is in a bad way. And the only one that's not accounted for right now is the one you scared off with the kneecap shot. It
Whatever
ran
made the
off.
scream.
And whatever made the scream. So your mech finally boots all the way up. This is
And actually,
Raging online.
I probably
all
wouldn't
systems
get a,
online.
I wouldn't have gotten a +3 on that because it says when you go aggro, inflicting harm is actually not go aggro, is it? By
No,
force.
it's,
No,
it's
you
force.
did by force.
Is yours just go aggro, or
It-
go
it-
aggro or seize by force?
It just says go aggro, so I probably would have gotten a -2 actually, but
Oh, I thought you were
Oh,
rolling
wow.
seized by force.
that doesn't matter anyway. But
Yeah. You it just means you fell on your ass a little bit harder than he did.
Also, ice cold is only when you go aggro on another player's character.
Yeah.
yeah, when you go, it says when you go aggro on an NPC, roll plus cool, blah blah blah. If you aggro another player's character,
Oh,
roll
okay,
plus
so you know
history.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So the mech boots up. You can stand it up. You get it up onto its feet. And you realize that your drone is still out there.
Yeah, because it can't move it, but it just sits
So
where
I'm
it was.
gesturing to Cloud's mecha and telling it, "Get the fuck on this truck." And as I climb back up.
Yeah, so what do you do?
Does
I start getting back on
does
the
the
truck.
drone see anything?
The drone has drifted a little bit with the wind. It's now, maybe like 15 feet further down the road, in the direction your vehicle is pointed.
Does
if
it
it's
see any kind of movement in the
No,
grass?
no, definitely not. It's kind of
If
shaking
it did,
in the
I
wind.
totally would have opened it up
This
with a
storm
machine gun
that's
to
coming up
mowed it down.
is making it a little bit hard for it to be stable.
Is there an action to like recall the drone, or is it just like something that happens?
There's not an action for it. You just have to do it.
Okay, well I'm gonna. Can I still see with the third one? Is that still visible or not?
You have no idea where that thing went. If you want to read the situation, you can and see about maybe finding it.
All right, we'll give it a shot.
All right, so the mech stands up, surveys the scene, doesn't see the third zombie anywhere.
6.
What is a fail on a read to sitch?
Everything's fine.
Doesn't actually say anything happens on a fail.
Yeah, I guess. Let's see here. On a hit, you can ask the MC questions. Whenever you act on the MC's answers, take +1. Yeah, I guess you can't get anything. You have no idea where this thing ran off to. It might be a good idea to start getting on the truck.
I'm gonna sit on the truck.
I
I'm
start
getting on the truck.
shoving whatever is in the back of the truck out of the way to give them space to sit.
Is there space to sit on the truck, or do I
Yeah.
have to lay on it?
You
Sit
can
on the tailgate. Yeah.
you
we'll
can
drive down
you
the road
can
that way.
sit you can sit on the tailgate. It might damage the tailgate a little bit, but you can
Well, I
sit
mean,
on
it's
there.
like on the tailgate and somewhat on the vehicle. You know.
I'm up by the cabin, pointing my gun out.
He's
to
a really big
left side of the
3-year-old
car
boy
now.
sitting on the back of the truck.
So you get up onto the
I'm gonna
the
sit on the
truck.
back of the truck with
so
my
as
machine
soon
gun
as-
at the ready.
It
As soon as
sinks down.
Ryo's on, I bang on top of the truck and tell Racehorse to go. Oh,
And yeah, he doesn't need two words. You hear tires squealing, the engine really starts roaring.
The mech flies off the back of the truck.
The back half of the truck is considerably lower than the front, and it sounds like it's really having a hard time getting it going. But after a few seconds, the truck starts going forward.
See, this is when it's good. I didn't take it was really heavy.
And it jolts like a bat out of hell. The mech
it's really good
slides a little
traction
bit,
now.
but you guys peel off. And
Grab on with my manipulator arm.
Yep, there you go. And you are heading due east in the general direction of the storm. And we can take a break there if you guys want.
Okay.
If anybody
yeah,
needs it.
sure.
Just out of curiosity, is east toward the base or not?
Yes, east is towards Fort Kroger.
Okay.
The fuck was that thing, Mac?
I think it was a mind-controlled zombie creature.
So, Mac, are you up in the cabin with Racehorse?
No, I'm back behind the cabin, kind of overlooking.
All right. So after a minute, the little window in the back, the little middle window slides open. The little pathetically small one.
Yeah.
Before we go too far, I did recall the drone.
Yes,
Okay.
you did. I just wanted to make sure you did. If you forgot to pat it, it might have been left out there. And he slides open this really dusty, dirty thing, and he says, you see his face poke out. It's like, what the fuck was that?
Keep your eyes on the road, and I'll tell you. It's a zombie creature.
What do you mean zombie creature? That
You know, back when, before the nukes, those things jumped out of the water, started attacking all the cities.
you mean the squid heads?
Yeah, those things.
Damn fuckers.
I find it strange to find one around here, though.
That's the truck I meant. I'm assuming that's what you assumed it'd
Yeah.
be. But yeah.
Big military truck.
Yeah, it's strange they don't usually come out this far without larger packs and their pods that release toxins.
Yeah, he looks outright terrified by this news, and you can tell that he has never had to deal with anything like this before. Anybody from this area I would guess that would at least be Ruby, probably, right?
Yeah.
You know of no incidents.
I've seen nothing
of this
like that out
before.
here, man.
Yeah,
Like,
this
there's
is
just-
what I feared. They might be coming closer to the interior of the country for some reason.
That's not good news.
How
I
the
know
fuck
what
they get
happened in
past the
Tokyo.
radiation?
He says, "Well, shit, we've got to get back to town and tell everybody. You didn't see one of those things back there, did you?"
Not it, but it's
Where their spawn
Thralls?
are.
it's not really a spawn though. It's more of a thrall, I guess.
Well,
Yeah, we shot one of their spawn.
What do you mean by spawn? And it looks like it sounds like he's like really ignorant of the whole process. It's like he knows that this basically ended the world, but it all happened really far
I've never
away.
seen one, but I hear that they take people and they change them.
Yeah, the squid heads, as you call them, they take people and control their minds, and transform their bodies, and they become horrendous monster creature spawns.
Again, just terrified by the news. But he keeps
a
driving.
little bit harder.
Yeah, he does. And this continues on for a while. You guys talk and whatnot.
Leaned over the back through the window.
Yeah, and he's having to yell over the wind and everything. It's starting to get dark, but this thing has really big ass floodlights. It looks like he's taking pretty good care of the truck, despite how worn down it is.
Approximately how far was the trip between where we had the encounter and where we're going?
It's probably just about an hour's drive.
Okay, so between 40 and 50 miles about, probably.
Yep. So,
As a side note,
by the
for the
Yep.
experience, is it just when you roll it, or do you have to actually succeed at the roll?
no, you don't have to succeed.
Roll it.
Yeah, it's kind of your
Like I
benefit
I think I gained 1 on that one for rolling cool. Actually, no, I wouldn't have gained that because I would have to roll hard, so I actually didn't get anything. So
Yeah, I have 3. 2 read the person, read the situation, and then the drone is another one.
Did you
Yeah.
did you roll sharp with that?
They're all 3 sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got 3. And see, this is cutting a little bit out of the game. This is why me asking you to make rolls is a little bit less common than in other games, because you make experience directly off of the rolls, and so like a lot of times you can just do stuff. All right, so you've been going on for about an hour, and it's definitely dark out, and there's a pretty wicked wind going over the truck. It's pretty cold, but it's what it is out here. It looks like the storm is starting to blow in, and right as it's really starting to get a little bit hard to see, he starts slowing the truck down, and to the left you see an off ramp, and you see a sign for Fort Kroger. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot to offer. It just got like a couple gas stations listed on the sign, a couple like motels, and a couple restaurants. And that's literally it that it has to its name, or at least as far as what you can tell right now.
So is this is it like an actual military fort, or is this
Nope.
like a town that's called Fort Kroger?
This is kind of like a Civil War age fort, like back when the United States was still expanding, like a frontier fort. So it's not somewhere in Fort Kroger there is an actual fort somewhere, but it's like a freaking wooden palisade.
Like Stone
fort.
Age fort, yeah.
Yeah, it's
well,
like a
not
wooden,
Stone Age, but you know what I mean.
wooden palisade fort, and it's like a tourist trap almost. Like this the only reason this town even exists anymore. Um, and you can't see a whole lot pulling in because it's dark, but you do see it's pretty comforting a ring of lights around kind of the interior of the town. Like the outer buildings look like they've all been abandoned and picked over, but towards the heart of town, it looks like they've got some makeshift walls built up. They're pretty sturdy looking, and there's some lights strung out, and a lot of the outward buildings that are kind of forming this perimeter, the windows and stuff have all been boarded up, but it looks like they're even still being lived in. It's kind of like guard posts or something. And you eventually come up to not even really a big gate, but just kind of a gate. And there are two people standing up top. Really hard to make out, much detail about them. It looks like they've both got rifles.
And we're all still in the back, right?
Yeah. So at this point, they probably don't even see you.
Okay.
But they definitely recognize the truck.
I've slung my weapon kind of behind me, off my sides. So
I'm going to assume by now the charge has run out and the mech is currently just parked on the back and I've had to get out.
I wouldn't say it's run out, but you could say you put it in a hibernate mode or something.
Okay, like a low power.
It can last a little bit longer than an hour in the dark.
Well, I said it was at like 5%. It was really
Oh,
low.
okay. All right.
That's why it was stopped on the side of the road in the first place.
So
I made the main power thing solar, and with the overcast, that's not working too good these days.
Yep. So from the wall, you hear a guy's voice. He says, "Race, is that you? How'd it go?" And Racehorse pops open his door, and he steps out, and like as he does it, if anybody's looking up, you can kind of see that their rifles aim a little bit higher, like they weren't expecting him to actually get out of the truck. And he's holding his hands not up like he's under arrest or something, but like everything's fine. He's like, "Guys, I've got some people with me. Can you get us in out of the storm? I'll vouch for them. We need to get in right now. We got some stuff to talk about." And this guy up at the top suddenly kind of shines a spotlight, like a handheld spotlight down.
And all he
like,
sees is this smoking hot babe in the back of the truck.
He's like, "What do you mean you've got people?" And he stops. He sees the babe kind of giving him a sullen look, and he turns, and you can see he's like talking to the other person on the wall. It's like, yeah, well, it'll be a minute. Hang on. He climbs off the wall. In about a minute, 2 minutes later, it starts to open up. It doesn't look like this wall could actually stop this truck, but after the gate opens up,
Just like a palisade, or it's like actual like a stone wall or something.
It's not a stone wall. It's like basically a makeshift wooden wall.
Yeah, it's a palisade.
With whatever. Yeah, but it's not like an actual palisade. Like these aren't posts made out of timber sunk into the ground.
Plywood with chain link behind it.
This is like they raided the Home Depot. This is like they raided the Home Depot and took every bit of lumber that they could, and then some stuff that they just thought would make good building material, and put like metal fencing over it and stuff, and they really kind of packed it in there tight. So it swings open. He hops back in the truck, and he looks back through the back, and he says, "Okay, guys, you saved our bacon out there. I'm gonna go out on a limb for you and let you in, but you really just don't make any trouble, all right? People are gonna be weirded out." He gives a special look towards the mech.
I understand, sir.
We'll get you squared away for the night, and we'll probably try to deal with stuff tomorrow. So he rolls the truck in, and you see like 3 or 4 people waiting on either side of the wall. Ryu, you and the mech catch quite a few glances, mainly the mech. Ruby catches quite a few glances for a different reason. They shut the
looking
gate.
at me.
You're just another dude with a gun. That's
Yep.
just like that's the standard fare these days.
You want to go unseen? You're the operative, man.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you guys, you drive in, and it's kind of like that small town that a lot of people have seen, where there's like an actual big circle in the middle of town. The courthouse is on one end, or at least what you assume the courthouse is on one end, and there's like kind of a bunch of older historic buildings. All of them are brick. It's fairly obvious why they chose this, and you can't quite make it out, but on the far side of the courthouse, where the road, disappears around the courthouse, you can see like some sort of large structure looming out there. It's not quite as well lit. It's got some lights up top. It looks like it's standing over the buildings even. But you can't really make out a whole lot.
Alrighty. Well, is anything kind of new from when I've been here a couple months back?
Oh, so you've actually been here?
Yeah, I've been hit through here a few months back.
No. It's really hard to tell in the dark. You know that thing out in the back is the actual old Fort Kroger.
Okay.
Which used to be a tourist trap. Now, it's kind of their fallback point.
I didn't spend much time here. I just stayed the night.
You stay the night, passing through. Yeah, you can't really tell much in this dark, and the storm's really starting to blow in. More wind than anything else. A little bit of rain, but the wind is so high, the rain's kind of painful, and it's not very easy to get a look around. The truck eventually pulls up to what looks like a small motel, kind of on the far side of the circle, and he kills the engine, and he's like, "You're gonna have to leave the clunker here tonight. I have no idea how we're gonna get that thing off."
Well, it's still running right now, right?
You said it was shut down.
You said it was in
hibernation.
State.
Oh, okay. Unless you really want to go at it in the rain, no, you can just leave it there. I'm not going anywhere in the morning. We'll get you squared away with a couple rooms.
That would be greatly appreciated. Looks like the rain's coming on.
Yeah, no shit. He
we'll probably want to
sky.
speak with your mayor if you have one.
Yeah, he'll definitely want to speak to you after he hears what I tell him, but probably not right now. And so he
Tell the guards to be especially vigilant.
Yeah, he's looking around like he's looking for somebody. He gets a little bit fed up, and he's like, "Oh well, I'll take you guys myself." And he leads you over to the motel.
Okay, I shot the mech down and get out then. Well, I get out
All right.
first, otherwise that could be kind of awkward. Get out and then it goes down.
As you three plus Racehorse are making your way to the motel, you don't see a whole lot of people. Like there's maybe 1 or 2 people on porches. Visibility is, like I said, pretty shit. You can tell you're getting some stairs though. And he leads you.
Not a very
he leads you
friendly
into the motel.
place, is it? I comment to Meg. All these stairs.
I think they're a little confused by the thing you brought in here.
Yeah, it does.
Not many people have seen those.
attention, but it'll prove its weight.
Todd just found like a corner and parked it.
Well, it's sitting on the truck right now,
Oh, yeah.
supposedly.
Right, so he leads you all in there, and let me see here.
Next mission: recover Cloud's stolen mech.
Yeah, well, good luck getting that thing off the truck without power.
Has it got keys, or is it biometric, or how do you get it going?
It's a retinal scan.
Oh.
Ooh, high tech shit.
All right, so on the inside of the motel, like the office, you can tell the windows have been broken out, but they've been boarded up. So you can't really see anything until you actually get inside. And on the inside, it's actually lit by lantern. It looks like power. You saw electricity in other parts. It looks like maybe power is somewhat rationed here. And as you guys are moving there, he explains that this is kind of the place where they put up guests. And Mac, you would know that guests are welcome, and they put you up here for the night. You don't get a whole lot of amenities. And behind the front desk, there is a young woman. At least you think it's a young woman. She's got short hair, and she's not wearing obviously feminine clothes, and she's not got any makeup or anything on. But she's got like pretty clear eyes once she gets up from the desk. She had her boots up on the desk, and she appeared to be reading. She stands up. She's got a pistol, not pointed anywhere. She kind of squints, and she sees that it's Racehorse as he shuts the door. He says, "Race, what are you doing in here at this time? Oh, who are these people?" He turns to her, and he says, "Boxer, long story. These are some folks that picked up on the road. They were just gonna hitch a ride, but we ran into some trouble, and they helped me out. Need a couple rooms for them if you got them." She kind of gives you guys a look over. Seems to.
I wave. Say howdy.
She gives you a nod. It's pretty. I guess it's pretty late now in terms of like most people wake up early, so it's like 9 o'clock, but it's actually kind of late these days. She gives you like a nod. It seems like it's the end of her day. Her eyes linger a little bit over Ruby, but she's pretty friendly to everybody. She's not like super energetic or anything, but she waves. And Racehorse turns to you guys and he says, "We'll work everything out in the morning. It's been a hell of an afternoon. I'm gonna head on home. You can find me in the morning, and Boxer here will get things squared away for you."
All right. So
Thank
I go
you,
over
Racehorse.
to. Yeah, I nod to him, and I
Yep.
head over to Boxer. And I say, "So, tell me, who kind of runs things around here?"
Well, she says, need to practice my female voices.
Mine's no better, so.
She says,
"Oh, how are you?" Yeah, so that's terrible. Don't even go there.
we don't really have someone who runs this place so much as we've got a group of people who put everything together, and they don't have a name or anything, but Rue and Waters are on the group. It's kind of like a council, and Post 2.
Aristocracy, huh? Well, who gets things done the most in this town?
Oh, we all get things done. If if it's the day-to-day stuff, Waters is pretty in charge of that sort of thing. She says as she moves back behind the counter and actually grabs a couple of motel keys. Like, it's kind of surprising. She looks at you guys and she looks between Mac and Ruby, and she's like, you guys rooming together?
Sure.
I look at Mac
I think one will do for the
and
night.
give him the eye.
How many beds to a room?
Probably 2.
Well, I thought
She nods as the GM swallows his dinner. Yeah, it's a standard hotel. It's 2 beds a room.
That will do for the evening. We'll probably. I assume that space is a rarity around here.
Yeah, you got that right. She'll kind of keep up the small talk and put on a rain slicker before leading you guys back outside. And as she opens the door, it's like there's just a huge gust of wind that almost blows her back. She's like, Jesus! Oh, it's one of those again. The Rue's not going to be too happy. She looks over her shoulder as she's leading you guys kind of along this motel outcropping. She's the one that keeps all the farmers going, and they've been having a hell of a time with all this weather.
I can imagine.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, she leads you to a room. She slides the key in, kind of jiggles it around a bit, and eventually it opens. It looks like a lot of the rooms have been boarded up and not for actual use. It looks like it's limited to use of only a few rooms, but it seems fairly well maintained, at least in the room that you guys are shown into. TV's gone. The mirror is partially broken, but other than that, it's actually in fairly good shape for a post-apocalyptic motel room.
Running water?
Yeah, you go across the room and try the water.
Water safe?
Yeah, it is. It's one of the only reasons why we've been able to stay here. We've got a river just a few miles to the north.
Not contaminated by anything?
Oh no. But it's been the reason why we've been so successful, or at least getting by.
You check for contaminants, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, we've been living here for years and nobody's gotten sick. And you guys wouldn't believe the names that the generator is coming up with that I'm trying to get for a river, and it's like Slaughter Gulch and Dead Peg and Black Cloud. No, these are not the names of the river. But yeah, she just kind of gives you a shrug, and like she's not really thought about it. I've lived here all my life, and there's never been a problem.
Alrighty.
Very well. Thank you, Boxer. I assume we'll see you in the morning.
Alright, so if I was going to get a shower and I wanted to try and tell Mac to stay out of it, what would that be?
You don't have to make a roll for that. I would say...
Or did I just say that?
You can say that. If it looks like he's going to contest it, you can you can really try to roll against it, but you don't have to make a roll on everything. like certainly if you were trying to entice him into the shower, it would be a seduce. I would say
Manipulate.
keeping him out. It's probably more like
Because it's not really go. Well, it might be go aggro. I don't know.
I don't think you're going. I think
Yeah,
you're
I'm not-
probably either seizing by force or doing something under fire. Is odd as that sounds for doing something under fire because you're rolling, you're cool.
See, it's weird because it says for seduce, it mentions if they refuse, it's acting under fire. I don't know.
I would
Just
think
or
it would be
manipulate. Like, because if he wants to contest it, based on he would be acting under fire, then it would go to cool. I don't understand how that works.
Well,
But
the way I look at it, I don't think telling somebody not to do something is actually manipulating.
all right,
Like
well,
I think
all right.
think it
well,
has to be
Ruby
kinda
tells
two-step.
Mac to stay out of that she's getting a shower and he stays out of it, and she shuts the door. Takes a shower.
do you take your elephant gun in there with you?
Oh yes, like laying on the sink.
I think that's probably better than any sort of roll you could have made.
So I guess we're sharing a bed tonight, Mac. Let the girl have her privacy.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm pretty good on the floor. When all things come push shove.
Is there any other thing in this room? Just two beds, no chairs or anything?
There is a cabinet. It's currently closed.
I'd recommend though that we have somebody keep watch.
Take shifts then.
Yeah.
Would you like first or second?
I can go first.
You hear the shower turn on. Steam rolls underneath the door. Do we have hot water in this world? Probably not,
Here?
because there's no electricity. So
Well, there is.
Well,
but it's
they
rationed.
got electricity, but the thing is, for this building, it's rationed.
that's what I'm saying. So it's probably cold shower. That's okay.
You're probably gonna have like a room temperature shower,
Room temperature, tiny pressure. Yeah, I see.
but you have
it
you
is
have
a
as much
shower.
water as you want.
Is the door locked to the bathroom?
Lock's
you
broken.
Specific. Oh. Yeah,
You tried
the
a
lock
door?
the lock is broken.
Alrighty. So I open the door and tell Ruby in the shower. It has a shower curtain, right? Though, right?
Yep. You see an outline.
Yeah. Okay. I say we're gonna take shifts doing watch tonight. I'll take first shift. You can go to sleep after you get done with your shower.
Fine. I shut the fucking door.
Okay. I shut it. I didn't come into the shower. I just came into the room.
Okay, I guess I'll take my shifted sleep then.
All right. So, unless you guys have anything else you want to do, literally nothing happens during the night. Aside from like a lot of wind just blowing shit around, your door probably gets hit a couple times by tiny little branches and stuff. But anybody used to living out here where there's hardly any windbreaks is kind of used to it. And that's how the night passes.
All right. So we just wake up people by shift and stuff.
Guess I would take morning shift. Do we have like rations? Or
No.
How does that work in this game?
No, you don't.
Okay.
There is a way to trade for like minor things, but in most cases, unless it's like a really expensive or big item, you're not going to have to worry about it. You're just going to say, it's called Jingle. It's basically their equivalent of change in this game. You don't
Trade
really
I
track it.
try to trade a smile for some food.
You're basically you're basically treated as you have enough to get by on for day-to-day shit. If it
Somewhere
becomes a
in here,
long
I saw
term,
like a month's living was like 1 year or something.
like
Barter, yeah.
yeah, like a barter. Yeah, like I was about to say, if it gets to a long period of time, then it starts to come down to like one barter for something like that. But in like short term, you don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
You're basically just treated as like maybe you have a spare pocket knife that you basically give them. You don't have to keep track of that as actual barter. It's like
Okay.
unstated.
Okay. In the morning, then, I want to go speak to this Waters guy.
All right. Well, you open the door, and there's quite a bit of shit strewn about everywhere, kind of like it is after a storm. Let's see here. All right, so you walk out and you see a couple people out and around. It looks like some people are clearing tree branches out. Um, the usual. It's not like there's a whole lot of activity in the settlement, but you having stayed here before, there's probably about somewhere between 25 and 30 people total in the entire town. Do you go up and ask somebody where you can find this Waters guy?
Sure. I go to. Is there somebody working the inn? Is Boxer back?
Nope.
Nobody's there.
Nobody out front. It's just
Alright.
you see people on the street doing stuff.
Alrighty, I'll go to first person that I see.
All right. It is actually a younger kind of kid. You can't really tell how old he is. Like it's kind of that age where it could be a really shrimpy teenager or a really big adolescent.
Hey kid, who's the leader of this town?
He or
I flash
she.
him a smile.
It's a little bit hard to tell given
She, a
like
smile.
the long hair kind of mop that they have. Looks up from where they're kind of gathering sticks into a pile that fell into the town. Says, "Who are you guys?"
I'm Mac.
We just came into town last night. We're off to speak with the council. Is it council that we heard right?
C. Waters.
There was a council there, right?
Yeah.
I want to see Waters. Looking for a job.
He or she. You get a feeling it's probably a he. Looks between you. Eyes kind of stop on Ruby a little bit. That's kind of why you're getting the feeling it's probably a he. Says, well, Miss Waters is on the other side of the town, over by the town hall.
Miss Waters, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Rue? Who's this Rue person?
Ah, well, Miss Rue's probably out in the fields already. Those farmer folk get up pretty early.
Are they the ones who pretty much come up with what's happening in this place?
He scratches his head like he's never really thought about it before. Like he maybe takes for granted how the town is run. It's like, well, all the grown-ups kind of have their own jobs. Like they meet every now and then at the town hall to decide what they want to do. But
When they make these decisions, who do they go to get things done? Kind of.
he scratches his head again. And he's like, I don't know. Things just they do things as they come up, I guess. I've never. Pa just says they do what needs to be done. But you can find Mrs. Waters over by the town hall, and he points across the circle. It looks like it was a park, like a really really small park,
like a quad type thing.
Yeah, more like a courtyard, but
Alrighty.
And you can see a couple people out in front of the town hall, like cleaning debris. Ryu, you catch sight of the truck, and your mech is actually still up on top. Didn't fall over in the middle of the night.
I was about to ask about that.
What does Miss Waters look like? I asked the kid.
He shrugs and he's like, "She's an adult.
Okay.
She's got blonde hair. He looks around. He's like, she's a little bit on the heavy side.
Alrighty.
If you know what I mean."
Yep.
His eyes kind of cut back to Ruby just for a second. And he only like now does he really like something clicks in his brain, and his eyes kind of light up, and he's like, "You guys came in last night, right?"
I'm gonna roll manipulate to try and get the kid to lead us to her. Guess be seduce / manipulate.
Yeah.
But, it's +1.
Yes, to be quite clear, we were manipulating the little boy, not the other.
He keeps his eye on me.
You can seduce him, yeah.
I'd appreciate it if you'd take us to her.
Let's see here. Seduce or manipulate on a 7 to 9. They need something some concrete assurance right now.
What are you gonna give him? That's a concrete assurance.
All right, yeah, I know where this is going. He's like, it looks like he's got like kind of a mischievous look in his eye. He's obviously looking at Ruby's breasts, but he's got something else. There's like some other look in his eye that is like entirely different. He says, "You guys came in town last night, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah, we did.
He looks all the way over to the truck, and he says, "Is that your robot?"
No, it is not a robot.
I give a
but
glance
yes,
to
it is.
Ryu.
He says, "Does that thing actually work?" Like he looks like he's really skeptical, but on the inside, it's like he's really trying not to get his hopes up. Like he's never heard of anything like this, and you can tell like there's a dam of excitement, like just waiting there.
You let us show us where the Miss Waters is, and as soon as I get some power back in her, I'll give you a ride.
His eyes just light up, and he just drops what he's doing. He's like, "Are you serious?"
Of course I am.
He's like,
Ruby
Come
Motors turns
with
up
me.
after it starts up for an hour.
Yeah, well, technically.
it can literally say powering on, and you'll probably make the kids like day. But yeah, he grabs Ruby's sleeve and starts leading you guys off towards the town hall.
I follow.
Go with him.
You get there. There's a couple people working outside, and you see kind of an older, matronly-looking woman. She's pretty solid. As he said, a little bit on the heavy side, but it's the typical mom look. She looks like she's maybe in her early 40s. She's talking to somebody, obviously kind of directing them, and she sees the kid running over with you in tow, and she's like, Jeff, what's going on? Who are these people?" And she obviously like kind of dismisses whoever she's talking to, and she treats you guys to like a friendly enough smile, even though she didn't know you.
I introduce myself. Say, howdy, my name's Mac. Trying to do a reputation.
All right. Give me a roll. You're gonna have to come up with some sort of last name because there's probably
All
a
right.
lot of Macs, like MacGyver maybe or something.
MacGyver.
well, that's nevertheless that she has heard of this particular Mac.
So what kind of roll would that be? Is it like sharp or?
That's cool.
Yeah,
would that
that's a cool roll, I believe.
Yeah, it's this
Act
my thing.
under
When you
fire.
meet someone important, roll plus cool. On a hit, they've heard of you, and you say
Oh, I
what
see,
they've heard
okay.
of.
Yeah,
on
you
MC,
basically
So I can tell you what she's
yeah,
heard
you
of
get
me.
to tell me what it is you've done that has earned her attention.
So she's heard that I've been able to get some things done as far as odd jobs, areas, or nearby towns in the area. I've done some work for them, been pretty trustful with getting certain things done that most people can't get done in the town. It comes to strong arming people, convincing people what not to do something, or convincing them to do something, those types of things.
So do you have some sort of distinguishing feature or clothing or something that separates you from all the other Macs? Like, do you come out and say I'm the Mac that stopped this raid on this village or something? Like, how does she know
Turns
this
out
is you?
there's a whole organization of Macs, and they're all operatives.
Yeah, we're clones now. They're the tactical gear thing I have has a badge on it that has. Let's see,
Okay.
let's go with what town should do? Omaha PD. Let's go with that.
Okay. There's probably no other Omaha police officers around here.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah.
So Mac of Omaha.
Yeah, so she hears your name. She's got kind of your general description, and she sees how you're dressed. She puts it all together, and she's like, "Oh, you've been here before." Oh, and she kind of putting all this together at the same time, and she's like, what can I do for you?" And she kind of motions Jeff over to her, puts a hand on his shoulder. She's talking to you guys, and she's like, "You're the ones that came in last night with Racehorse."
That's correct.
Well, I haven't seen him all morning, but he did get word to me that you guys came in and you had some sort of trouble on the road.
That's right. And I mentioned to Jeff, I said, "Hey Jeff, why don't you go wait over by the robot, and when we're done talking to her, Ryu will let you check it out."
He very hesitantly looks up at Mrs. Waters, and she kind of raises an eyebrow at the mention of robot, and she sees it, but she puts her hand on his back and kind of motions him off. Like, she's not really quite sure why you're sending him away, but it's within the town. There's nothing that's going to happen to him. So she sends him off.
All right. So
And you just hear a bunch of boyish exclamations about, "Oh boy, robots," and shit like that. You can imagine how he's running.
All right. So when he starts to scamper off, I say, "Well, from what I've seen and heard from this town, you run a pretty interesting ship here, so I'm not too terribly worried about you as one of the town council. So I'm going to let you in on something. Out on the road the other day, we saw one of the zombies."
Her brow furrows a little bit at the word zombie, but she kind of puts her hand on her. She's like, "What do you mean, one of the zombies?"
Well, we were attacked by 3 of their spawn, but there's no mistaking the shriek of what Racehorse called the squid heads.
The squid head? And she's really kind of starting to slowly realize that you're actually talking about something that happened in, like in the general vicinity. Her eyes are starting to get a little bit wider, and she she puts a hand to her mouth. She's like, you can't be serious.
We are unfortunately
terrible.
quite serious, man.
Yeah, and Resource can definitely attest to the whole situation.
She looks around and she's obviously alarmed, but more like it's sort of like the level of alarm like you just heard your uncle died or something. Like it's bad news, but she doesn't really know how to react like directly. Like it's not something she's had to deal with before.
They're about 45 miles out, which is very odd. I've never heard them out this far into the country. So I don't know what they're doing out here. So they might be acting very differently from what I knew them as.
Well, don't they have to stay near the water in those egg pod things that they have?
Yeah, and we didn't see any pods. That's why it was so strange.
It's like I always heard that they had to stay by the sea. That's really bizarre.
Well, I've heard they do raids before, but yeah, they usually have to stay by the sea.
Well, it's like we're nigh on 1,000 miles from the nearest coast.
Yep, that's why it's extremely rare and extremely weird.
She's like, so.
Unless them fuckers mutated or something, she whispers to herself.
Well, that's really disturbing.
Radiation's pretty high out there.
But you say you took care of it?
Well, not the actual zombie, the spawn.
I think we killed
put down
two, didn't we?
Two of them. One got away. So, don't know what they're up to out there.
She looks pretty troubled. She's like, this, we need to talk about this. I'm gonna have to get my husband and...
Maybe 20 miles from here?
45.
45 miles? Yeah.
We're gonna have to get everybody together, and this is bad news. Forgive me, I don't even really know how to. We've never had anything like that. The worst we've ever had is those. And she looks around and makes sure Jet's not within earshot. She's like, those goddamn rocket bikers.
Yeah, we've ran into them in nearby areas too, but I would say both these threats are very real. Is there any small towns out by where we might have been, 45 miles down the road?
She's thinking. She's shifted her weight to her other hip. She's like, that whole area has been pretty picked clean. There's all the the ruins of the big cities out there, but nobody really lives in the big cities. It's too risky. Very few of those left. I mean, I'm sure there's something out there. You can't even count how many of those small towns are out here, but none that I really know of.
When this is out of character right now. When we were out there, did we see the skyline of an old city, not too terribly far away?
Yeah, it was basically the city that you guys had found Ryu from. Yeah, okay. Very similar to the picture. Like, not very good shape. It hadn't been nuked, but it had suffered in other ways.
Into decay.
Like everybody left, and
you've all seen Life Without People, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we never really touched on what Ryu's unit was doing there. Maybe they were actually scavenging themselves, but for different things than what normal scavengers. Like maybe they were looking for technical parts for the machines, or maybe like raiding police stations, trying to find more weapons or something. That's kind of what I envisioned being out there. And you were probably out on the outskirts of the town.
When we came in last night, we only saw like 2 guards, right?
You saw 2 up on the wall, and then you saw like maybe a grand total of 4 people were there to kind of greet the vehicles that came in.
Ma'am, at the very least, I would suggest you put some of these spotlights you have to use at night.
Like she She
The
takes about.
spotlights
She's like,
that are
"Oh,
sticking up.
absolutely. This is going to present a bigger problem. I mean, we can always tell when the goddamn rocket bikers are coming up the road, but oh dear, I have no idea. This is definitely something I'm gonna have to talk with the others about. Are so what actually brings you guys here?
We were looking for a job. Actually.
Well, there's not a whole lot out in this part of the country, but you've certainly done right with warning us about this. We might be able to come up with something. I mean, I can't promise something like something very, very lucrative, but if y'all
I
are
hear
looking
you used
for,
to get your water from a town called Mainline.
oh, she gets like a dark look on her face, and it's like goddamn rocket bikers.
Anything left out there?
Oh, we have no idea. I mean, Race has been going farther and farther out, but I've been pleading with him not to go east. And you know what they say, going east is bad. But Mainline's out towards the east, maybe another 30 miles, and it's been, we haven't really heard too much from the rocket bikers lately, to be honest. But ever since Mainline, we haven't been back there. We don't really want to concern ourselves with what went on there. We can't change what happened.
What did happen in Mainline? You mentioned the rocket bikers.
They were starved out by rocket bikers. At least that's what Racehorse said.
Okay. Never mind then. This.
I love how we have a campaign of multi-dimensional sea Cthulhuoids and rocket bikers. It all makes sense. So she's like, I can't promise you much. We don't have a whole lot of weapons here, and I mean, y'all are.
Are you looking for some protection around here, maybe?
Yeah, I mean,
you've probably never seen one before, but I do have a bit of an experimental military tech out there.
Is that what that boy was going on about?
Yes, it is very similar to your typical, it's not exactly commonplace, but that's a
He
bipedal
goes fighting robots.
walking machine, a robot as it were.
Like a tank?
Yeah, you could call it a tank, but it's a bit more vertical and walks on two legs. However,
she gets a dubious look on her face, like
you'd have to see it. It truly is a marvel. However, there's a bit of a problem. My capacitor has gone empty. Normally it's solar powered, but you've seen the way the skies are these days. I can get some off that, but perhaps for just like a power hookup or something like that. I know power is rationed around here, but they could probably help a lot in the defense of this town.
well, I mean, it's pretty soon to be talking about this, but if you were to stay, we could certainly work out something. And she like casts another dubious look towards the truck where you can kind of see the silhouette of the robot, and Jeff is like out there just like climbing on the thing. Like literally just climbing on it, like playing on it like it's a jungle gym almost, and you hear like, oh man, that's so cool. It's like Gundam. Oh my god! And
Then it
but,
fell over, squished the boy, and we were doomed.
yeah. But she's like, I mean, it's a bit soon to talk about that. We're not a very wealthy town, but we've got food and we've got a lot of water, honestly. If you guys were looking someplace to stay, we could put you up.
What about vehicles?
She
They got
she
a beetle
looks-
bug in the back.
and she's like, we got a couple. The ones we have, we don't have a whole lot, but they're running pretty good thanks to Race back there. He keeps us pretty well stocked with parts to keep him going. I I probably shouldn't just be talking about this by myself. I know Rue might get a little bit upset. She doesn't like unilateral decision making. But
How's
Well,
this,
we could.
man? We would give you protection for your town for a while. Maybe try and sort out some of your problems with the Rocket Gang. And you give us the use of a vehicle for now. I mean, you could talk it over with Rue if you wish. But think about it, maybe.
She nods, like she's definitely coming around to it. Like the more you guys are talking, and the more she kind of glances back at the suit and kind of sees this giant ass minigun on it. She's starting to come around, and she's scanning you guys. Like, she's heard of Mac. She's heard he's pretty solid. He's got his MP5 over his shoulder. And Ruby's got that giant ass shotgun. So, you guys are actually pretty formidable compared to who they have on the walls now.
I don't roll snake eyes.
Yeah. So she's nodding her head like, yeah, this is a good idea. She's like, I can't promise anything, but we're gonna talk, and we'll get Race to vouch for you, and I can't see why there's any reason why you guys couldn't get set up with a little bit more solid accommodations if you were to stick around. To be quite honest, we don't have the best. And she pauses, trying to figure out how to say this. She's like, we don't really have the sharpest tools in the shed when it comes to the folk men in the walls. They're good people, but we don't have anybody really with experience. Certainly not without any hardware.
who watches over this town for you as far as, defending it? Aside
Well,
from them on the wall.
We got three volunteer shifts of guards. It's always four at a time, or usually four at a time. Usually covering the road where the gate is. But we got somebody walking the walls, and all the houses along the wall kind of have good sight lines and stuff. And it's obvious that she's talking about it, and she doesn't really understand a whole lot about what she's saying. She's not an idiot, but it's more like stuff that she's heard. She basically lays out the situation, and it's like it's pretty lightly defended in terms of manpower and where they have things set up. And it sounds immediately like you guys could really improve this place. They don't have a lot of weapons. She kind of describes a couple hunting rifles and a few pistols, and that's about it.
Have you guys been raided here before?
Well, they've tried, but we're pretty far away from their home base, and I think maybe they get a little bit uncomfortable so far out. I don't know. They've dinged up the walls a few times, and I'm not saying that we haven't lost anybody. She crosses herself, and she's like Jim, God rest his soul. But we've had it pretty fortunate. The town's pretty defendable. We've only ever had to fall back to the fort once, and that was the first time the bikers ever came by. And she definitely gestures over to where you guys can now see the fort.
They come by often?
What was that?
Do they come by often?
No. It's not very regular, but
So in an emergency, you make your way over there and hunker down a bit more.
if it looks like they're going to get through the walls, I mean, the occasional bandit or no do-gooder who's wandering the roads can't get through the walls, but those rocket assholes have rockets. She's like, how are you supposed to deal with stuff like that?
Oh, I am well aware of the rockets. You're not the only one to lose some men and women to them.
But yeah, she gives you a sympathetic look. She's like, with we've only had to go in there once. It's where we keep the emergency stuff, and it's pretty defendable. Just despite how it looks, it's pretty old. And it definitely does look pretty defendable. If you guys have seen, I don't want to say the Alamo because obviously that was the Alamo, but like of similar construction almost. Like it's got a pretty high wooden palisade wall around it. You can't see the other side of it, but assuming you're looking at it, yeah, it's not adobe. It's more like in place of what would be adobe on the Alamo, it's like stone, like brick and mortar and stuff. Most of the forts out on the East Coast are like all stone.
Yeah, like the one I am familiar with is this one. It's at the road from me.
Yeah, it's
But-
not like that. It's definitely a circular fort. The palisade walls are like 12 feet up, and you can assume there's some way of actually, standing up behind the wall. And then there's almost, it literally is just like an old wooden castle almost. It's pretty primitive looking, but it's also like knowing how shit has gone down in the apocalypse, it's actually pretty formidable.
Alrighty.
So anybody trying to get through there would have to go through a couple of feet of logs or climb like 12 or so feet while under
Grappling
fire.
hooks on rope. Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I suggest the probably most immediate thing to look into would be the zombies.
Which is why I don't know anything about that, but I mean, if you're sure you want to go back out there, it doesn't sound like. I
Well,
mean,
just to
you said
gauge
they.
their level of threat, I don't know
You
how
said
far
they came out of the fields. Like, how would you
Yeah.
even go about finding them?
No, they need water. You don't need large bodies of water nearby.
Well, I mean, there's just the snake.
Maybe an aqueduct or aquifer.
She's like the snake. It kind of feeds the whole region. It's a big river. It's where we get all of our water. There's quite a few tributaries, but that's the only body water I know of aside from there's a couple lakes around here. Nothing
The
too
town that was
substantial.
destroyed by the rocket gang. They have a large water collection basin of some kind.
Oh yeah, well I mean mainline was literally right on the river.
That thing, did that have a pipeline supply?
Yeah, mainline. I mean,
I
I don't know what it was. I don't know
glanced
what
at
it was
Mac.
called before everything, but it was a water pump station. I mean,
Are
that was
the
where
rocket bikers are now?
yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're there now. I assume they moved in, but that's where most of the water treatment came from before all this stuff. It was, I mean, I never made my way up there too often before, but I mean, it serviced the whole area. It was a pretty big facility.
That'd be one place to check out, possibly.
She's like, you don't think they're in the river?
Don't know. Hard to say. I have to check it out.
I would
She
doubt the
she
river.
looks very very frightened at that prospect.
It's always been saltwater before.
Yeah, maybe they've
She looks
learned
pretty
to
relieved.
adapt.
She looks pretty relieved when you say that, and it's almost like yeah, salt water, and like she's like talking
There
herself
weren't
into
any
like being relieved.
salt mines nearby, were there?
No, no.
Well, just stab.
We got an iron mine, but it's nowhere near here.
So there's nothing particular that you need from us right now.
No, I mean, I've got to go go talk to some folks.
Okay, well, we'll be
You
around.
guys, yeah,
Uh,
you folk on the road have it pretty rough. You can, take it easy. I'm sure Race would probably like to talk to you.
you know where we can
And
find him? We haven't seen him since last night.
oh, he's probably shacking up with the missus. He's, when he's out on the road for a while. You know how it is. She doesn't necessarily blush, but she gives you kind of a wink.
We're well aware, ma'am. If you could tell us where we could find him, I promise we won't disturb him till like maybe noonish.
She points across the circle, and it really becomes clear to you
I'll be right back in a minute.
why they chose this place aside from the fort. It's like almost the entire part of the town that they have decided to defend is within view of the rest of it. Like there's this large open circle in the center where the town hall is, and then there's road and there's this old park kind of, and you can pretty much see straight across the settlement. So she points straight to a house that's along the perimeter.
So there's nothing in
And,
the middle. It's just a huge open area, and then everything is built around it.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, there's like a fountain in the middle, and there's some benches and stuff. It looks like there's a couple cars that have been pulled up onto the grass, and it looks like there's probably there was a like a small parking area there that like right out across the street from the city hall that's been turned into something of a makeshift garage almost. It's not like covered or anything, but it's obviously where they're storing cars or they're working on cars out in the day.
Alrighty.
So yeah, she points you to his house. It's just across the center of the town, and she's like, "Well, I really appreciate you guys coming and talking to me about this. You never really know who you're gonna meet on the road, and it's really fortunate that Race met you guys instead of those goddamn rocket bikers."
No, the world's gone downhill, man, but everyone out here's got to look out for each other.
That's true.
Yep, and as town leaders go, you guys seem to have an interesting setup. I do have to say that.
Well, she kind of like at that mention, there's kind of like a little flash of something in her expression. It's hard to tell what.
I do read person.
Yeah, do you want to read a person? Roll sharp.
Let's see, my sharp is 1. Ooh, and I get a thing for that. Cool.
That is good enough. You get to ask 3 questions.
Alrighty, let's see here. How about... What's the character really feeling about that comment that I made?
It's obvious that she's a little bit regretful about something, and she seems to be not necessarily reminiscing, but thinking about something negative that happened in the past directly in relation to your comment about how things are governed.
Okay, and how could I get her to let my character know about that?
Uh,
I have to seduce her.
she's pretty straightforward and open. I think maybe you just need to get to know her a little bit more. Maybe if you talk with her a little bit one-on-one and let her get to know you, I think is probably the better thing. It's not. It doesn't seem like maybe it's something that she's keeping so much a secret as it's like she's she wouldn't necessarily hide it from you if she knew what kind of person you were.
And the third one, I'll hold. So I just put a thing on my hold, Right.
Yeah, you can keep it there.
Okay.
And
Now,
for
how
this
do I
session,
access the hold again? Or
you're basically just going to use that hold for this one read. I don't think this is
Okay.
actually part of how this normally goes. It normally goes away. But I'm going to say for this session, unless the situation drastically changes, you can use that hold on this person again.
Okay. Should I make a note about that then?
Yeah, you can insert a note.
Okay. I'll do that in a little bit. So I let her know. I say, yeah, some of the towns I've come across, there's been some real buttheads who've been in charge of towns. They got, sometimes sheriffs, sometimes the leader themselves, and they're just in it for themselves. They're not really helping everybody out. And you seem to have a pretty good thing going here.
She's nodding with absolutely everything you're saying, and the more you're talking about, people out for themselves, like sheriffs and stuff, it seems to really resonate with her. But she's like, well, I'm gonna go talk to the others. We got some breakfast probably coming up down over by the diner. I'm not gonna say we have the biggest selection, but it's regular and it's good wholesome food. If you want to head down that way while you're waiting for race.
That sounds very nice.
All right, so she waves at all of you and takes her leave.
All right, so I turn to the others and I say, so what do you think we should do?
Well, I personally am going to go back to the mech and make sure that little boy isn't toppling it
Ripping
over.
apart your, yeah, exactly.
Right now, it seems like he's standing in the truck behind the mech, like trying to look over its shoulder, like what it might be like to see what it is inside. And he's got like one arm over it, and he's just like he's basically playing around it.
I'm quite certain I never leave it open.
And you guys can talk for a minute. I need to AFK for just a second, but I will be able to hear what you say.
This is a note. It is 10 o'clock. How long are we going tonight?
We can go on for a little bit longer if you guys kind of want to get settled in the town, or we could end it here if you want. But I'd say if you want to get things kind of squared away as to your place tentatively in the town, we might go for another 30 minutes and set up what you might be doing in whenever the next session occurs.
Alrighty. That's
Alright,
probably good. Good setup in the town.
Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes then.
Yeah, sorry, I was away. Apparently, I'm probably gonna have to get a higher tier internet package
Uh-oh. Why is that?
because our internet provider is putting on data limits.
Oh, and all that
Three.
streaming.
300 gigs.
Whoa.
I'll go 300 gigs real fast.
I
When-
just looked
when did this
up my previous usage for the last 4 months. December 760 gig, January 600 gig, February 500 gig,
So, when do they start doing this?
starting next month.
Oh, that sucks. Too bad you can't change providers.
That's all they got. It's this or DSL for Verizon. That's it.
Hmm.
And DSL for this local area code is shit. It's like less than a megasecond.
Ugh. How much you paying for it right now?
65.
Oh, God. You gotta go higher?
65 is 18 meg down, 300 gig. The highest they offer is 50 meg down, $95 a month, 500 gig.
What happens
Holy
when you
shit.
What happens when you go over your gigs? They just cut you off, or they just...
$10 additional per 50 gigs used.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Hope to God all companies aren't doing this.
I don't know. I just
Well-
got a notice about it today.
Yeah, they just passed that net neutrality bullshit a couple
Is that
weeks
what
ago.
this is? That's what
I
this
bet you
is?
so.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Like, everybody hears the name and they think, oh, neutrality, neutral is a good word. But it's actually the government is now forcing, like, providers to go to certain rates, and I have no idea, like, the specifics, but it's just pretty bullshit.
Yeah, because
It's not very good
So
for
like
us.
all streaming that I do, like on Netflix, is gonna be pretty much under
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
I
1080p
I
video is
stream and
probably
download
most of
stuff
that.
like 1080p every day.
Like, we didn't already have enough crap with basically the universal monopolies of internet service providers. Like, I haven't ever been anywhere that had an option between more than one cable company or more than one DSL place. Like,
Yeah, same here.
such crap. Anyway,
I'm in LA.
let's see here. So, what are you guys gonna do?
Have breakfast.
Sounds like a good
And
start.
out of character, I'm gonna go bio really quick. Be right back.
All right. Ryu, are you ever gonna go back to the robot?
Yeah, I was planning to do that.
All right.
I go and find lunch somewhere.
We got the boy's name, didn't we?
Jeff.
Okay, so right now the mech is basically dead, right? There's nothing left in that battery-wise.
It's charging.
Is there,
It's probably up to 5-6%. Like, when I say it's overcast, like, you're still getting a good deal of. It's enough to run your mech. Like, your mech is not like unavailable most times or something. It's just like it has a slow startup. So if you're not using it over a period of a couple of days, that's probably ideal. Like, it allows the battery to charge, but like there's never going to be a day unless it's like just totally storming outside where you're not getting any charge at all.
Okay.
And that's even provided that you don't have it hooked up to something else.
Okay. Well, I gotta get it off the truck anyways, so I'll ask Jeff, come on down here.
His eyes brighten as he sees you, and he scrambles off, and he's like, "This is so cool." It's like, do you really pilot this? How does it work? What sort of gun is that? It's like, have you killed many of those things with it?
No, I haven't had a call to kill many of those things with it, though it certainly will be capable of doing it if the time comes. If you hold on a minute, I'll get it running, and I'll give you a little ride. I've got to get off the truck anyways. I'm sure Racehorse will want it back.
He looks like he's having heart palpitations, like just hearing, "I will get it running." It's like he steps back. You probably have to push him back a little bit further for safety. But he's just like, he's sitting there. And, actually, as you climb up there, a couple other kids probably come out from the settlement. There's maybe 4 in total. And they're all talking really excitedly with Jeff. They're all younger than him by a little bit. They all seem fairly well cared for, and like, he's obviously kind of getting them riled up in terms of like how excited he is about this.
Calm down a bit, guys. It'll take a good 10 minutes to get it going.
One of the kids in the back says, "Shoot something!"
No, there won't be any of that.
And there's actually probably a couple adults who have come by. They're not like with the crowd, but there's a guy in overalls who's leaning against the post fray a porch, and he's kind of watching with interest. And there's a couple other people watching from across the circle.
Oh, as a side note, the gate, does it actually like swing open, or is it like a raised gate thing?
It slides to the side. If you're talking about the town gate.
Yeah, I was just wondering if I can actually fit under the town gate, per se.
Oh, yeah. It slides to the side. There's no height limit to it. So yeah, you hop in there. You probably feel a little bit better now that you're in your mech. And You press a few buttons, you get that satisfying hum, and it seems like it's actually a little bit more content today. Like it's got enough charge to where it's only going to take a couple minutes to get booted up. Like it seems a little bit finicky sometimes. Like it's got a personality almost of its own.
All right. When it gets booted up, I'll go ahead and like wave the kids off a little bit to get a little distance.
All right, they scurry back, but you know they kind of start inching forward a little bit.
Okay. Once they're at a okay distance, I'm like I don't know, like 30 feet or so. I'll go ahead and ease it up off the truck bed.
All right, it creaks really heavily beneath you. You actually feel something give just a little bit, not a whole lot. Like maybe the back gate just bent a tiny bit, and maybe it's a good thing that Racehorse isn't here to see it. But regardless, yeah, you get off it, and the truck is in pretty good state. Like there's only a minor depression where the mech was.
Oh, only a minor depression, huh?
Like only only a few millimeters, barely enough to see. Although you can tell that the gate, the truck gate itself is a little bit out of sorts. But yeah, you get off. You get onto the pavement.
Oh, it's pavement?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was kind of expecting like a dirt road or something.
Oh no. This is like a one of those small towns that is big enough to have a paved road, and it always kind of looks a little bit brand new because it hardly gets used.
Okay. Inside the cockpit, is there enough space for two?
Definitely not.
Definitely not. Okay. Don't know if.
Although, you could pop the cockpit open and maybe have somebody ride up on the shoulder and look through or something like it. The whole cockpit's pretty sealed up pretty well.
Well, I promised Jeff a ride, and the hands don't exactly hold much on this.
Yeah, I think maybe your best bet is probably just to get him to balance up on the shoulder. Let me take a look at the picture.
It's not exactly a lot of space there to carry someone. Not safely, anyways.
Yeah, I think maybe if you have him straddle it and you're really careful not to move that arm so he doesn't get pinched, he can probably just hold on to it. I guess this is obviously not something crafted for passengers.
No. Okay, well, I'm gonna gesture to him.
He bolts straight for the thing.
Now be careful now. I'm not gonna go too fast. It's not really designed for two passengers.
You can see a couple of the adults getting a little bit closer, but they're not terribly, worried just yet. And I guess you squat down in this thing and you lower one of the arms. You tell him to climb up onto the shoulder.
Yeah, and I'll steady him with one arm.
All right. So
I'm not
so
gonna
yeah,
go faster than maybe like a fast walk, because it's not.
you lift him up, and his eyes are just wide as he's looking around. He's constantly having to kind of move his bowl cut out of the way. Like he's got pretty long hair, but he's like having the time of his life up on top of this thing. He's just like laughing, and all the other kids are obviously kind of jealous and they're yelling about it and stuff, but they're also like cheering him on.
You having a good time up there, Jeff?
It's like, can I get to shoot something?
No. We won't be firing the weapons today.
It's like, how fast can this thing go? Can it fly?
It can't fly, but she'll run pretty fast. If you want, I'll let you down and I'll show you how fast it'll go. I would give you a ride on it, but it's not safe up you if we're going that fast.
He looks pretty disappointed about getting put down, but he looks around. He says, I mean, how fast does it go? This is not like fast like a car, is it?
I don't know. How fast do you want to say it can go? I don't know how fast your typical... Let's go look at Mech Warrior, shall we? How fast do
Your
they go?
strength was fast.
Yeah.
I would say it probably gets up to, a lope of maybe 30. Like, pretty fast.
Yeah, that seems fine. I mean, it's not a car, so it's not going to go that fast. The strength is the fact that it's all terrain, essentially. So
Yeah. And you can only go so fast on, legs.
yeah, I'm not going to run on the pavement either. That sounds like a whole mess
Yeah.
there.
So maybe you let Jeff down and you kind of, you don't run, but you put it into a fast walk around maybe pick the speed up just for a few paces here and there. And by the time you're done with that, all the kids are cheering and clapping and stuff. And there's definitely a bunch of pretty much everybody in the town who's actually still in the town, not out working on the farms and not in one of the buildings, is come out to see this. This is a pretty big deal. Like, they've never seen anything like this before. And
Yeah. While I'm out here, I'm going to may as well just run some system checks to make sure everything's all right with it. I'm not going to
All
actually
right.
fire the gun, but
yeah, you start running through the systems. It's not up to top shape, but it's all pretty solid.
okay. I guess I'll go ahead and put it back into town, and is there like some place I can park it for right now?
Do you stop by somebody and see if you can park it anywhere? Right about now, you're probably actually seeing Racehorse emerge from his house. He's standing on the porch.
Yeah, but I can't just walk this up to the porch, I would imagine.
No, but you can yell at that thing, can't you?
Yeah, if everyone can do it. He can't exactly respond back that I can hear him if I have to use a speaker to get to him.
Yeah, so he can definitely hear you from his front porch. Like, there's
Yeah, he
the
can
way
hear
this is
me,
set
but
up.
I don't think I can hear him back is the problem, so I can't actually answer. So it's a bit dubious to ask a question.
Well, I mean, it depends on the question. If it's just like, where do I park? You could point or something.
Okay, I'll put it on
If
this.
not, you could always park it and get out.
Okay, well, I can always boot it back up later to move it. I guess I'll just park it next to the hotel for now. I assume there's a space that's big enough.
Yeah, there's like a couple of motorcycle spaces out front, and you fit neatly into a couple of them.
Okay, I'll crouch down and I'll start to power it down then.
All right. Yeah, it just totally shuts down. And it's like, yep, I'm done for the day. It goes back into charge mode. You get the feeling that maybe if you try to start it up again today, it'll take a little bit while longer.
Yep, that seems fine.
All right, so as you're climbing out, I don't know what everybody else is doing, but Race is walking over. He's got a grin on his face.
Ah,
Alright.
Race.
I'll say hi to him too.
Ah, good to see you guys this morning. And man, that was quite something.
She has her uses.
Yeah, fun little robot.
He looks like he was not expecting it to actually work at all, but he's pretty impressed. He's sizing it up. So you guys get settled in okay last night? I know it was a pretty bad storm.
Oh yeah, it was cozy. Appears we're gonna be
Water was a
getting-
bit cold.
Yeah, I'm going to be getting some other accommodations here, as Miss Waters has let us know.
Oh, really? You talked to Sandra?
Yep, we told her about the rocket bikers and also the little encounter we had yesterday with the squid head, called them.
Oh yeah, yeah. I hadn't really been over there to talk to her myself. So you said she's getting you guys set up with different accommodations. Are you guys staying?
Yeah, we might stay for a little while. We want to check out these threats of the squid or the what happened up in Mainline too.
Yeah, he hears main line. His face darkens a little bit. He's like, I had friends up in main line. Like, well, it's, I'm not anticipating anything, but after seeing you guys and seeing that shit yesterday, I'd be happy if you guys stuck around a bit. There's not too many of us that know what we're doing, really. We never had too much problems except for the rockets. And they don't come by too much anymore.
Yeah, so she did mention to us that you might have access to a vehicle we could use for scouting some things out.
He starts scratching his chin. He's got like a little bit of stubble. He seems to actually try to keep himself shaved. Yeah, you don't know if it's really an afterthought or not. Maybe it's his woman. And it's like, we got a few cars. If you're staying on, they're for use of the town. We could see fit to get you something. He points to the mech. He's like, although I don't know how you're gonna get about with that thing. Well, maybe we could rig something up. I don't know. Give me a while to think about it. I'll try to come up with something. Like it definitely sit well with me though if you guys are sticking around. Say, did you guys eaten today?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, you haven't tried Aunt May's famous waffles.
I can't say I have.
No, I haven't either.
It's like, well, Aunt May's the diner, but Fred's actually the cook. He's like scratching his head, and he's like, come to think of it, I don't think there's ever been an Aunt May in this town, but that's what the diner's called, and it's got damn good waffles. And so he starts leading you guys over towards the diner. It's towards the entrance to the town where the gate is. It's like this small, 50s-esque era diner. It's come through surprisingly well from the apocalypse. And as you start to get closer, you see some smoke, coming out from one of the back ends where it's obviously being cooked, and you can smell like the faint wafting of maple syrup. And maybe even the hint of eggs and bacon. Like this is something.
To get, like in the wasteland to get maple
yeah,
syrup.
this is something you have not smelled in a long time. And
Waldorf Astoria.
I think we're going to start
out on the plains.
I think we're going to start
out there.
to pan out there, on the town and start to fade out as you guys are starting to walk to the diner, But before the screen goes black, it kind of it pans to the side, and it zooms out, and we've got a field of people working and stuff, and then there's constant fields that are obviously wild and untamed, and it looks all kind of serene, and you can see a little bit of movement in the fields off to the north. And that's where we'll end tonight. ... So I hope it wasn't too clunky. There's still a lot of things I have to brush up on. but I like where you guys took everything. Squid heads aside, like it seems like a believable universe.
You had to cover the Sonic Maelstrom somehow.
Yeah, we didn't really touch on that. That's definitely going to be something that more comes into the next session whenever we have that. But I think, to me, it's still something that people are even realizing is even in existence. Like if this was 50 or 60 years later, it'd be one thing that everybody would kind of know about. But it's only like 7 years, so unless you're particularly in tune with it, you may not have an idea that there's actually something kind of abnormal with the world right now.
That's interesting. World 20 will automatically not display star 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 star, but if you type it out, it works fine. I tried to type bull star 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 star, and it went boop, just bull. I'm like, okay,
Huh.
that's weird. Anyway, yeah, sorry.
So, any questions or comments or anything from
I think
the,
it's cool.
Yeah, well, I liked it.
Awesome.
You gave me a mech. I can't complain.
It's definitely really different than what we're used to. So like changing gears, like when you're shooting at somebody, it's really different to where you're not always just doing straight up damage. You can do things to scare people off or do other things. So like you might be shooting at somebody, but it might be having a completely different effect than intending damage. So there's a lot of things that aren't quite as straightforward as what we're used to. It'll take some getting used to, especially
Yeah, the
on
stuff
my part.
I gotta wrap my round about is the fact that shooting somebody but not intending to kill them is a different skill than someone just being shot at. I was like, brains.
It's all about what you intend to do.
Well, thing is, I got 2 lines here. I got +3 or -2. If they're both shooting,
Yeah.
but I was like,
Well, feasibly, you could try to seduce somebody like as the hot chick by like getting your gun out and start like planking cans on a post and just doing it really sexily, and you would be rolling seduce or manipulate, not like your fire. So it's all about what you're trying to do, not necessarily what specifically you're doing to accomplish it.
But that is odd that it's a -2 for the battle babe. I guess it
well,
would
there
be...
was one that had hard 0, I think, but it
Yeah.
didn't have any other skills. It just had cool and hard.
Interesting.
Well, I think there's. Let me
Well, that's
look.
what dangerous and sexy is for, right? Or
Yeah.
Well, there was
Yeah.
the one that was cool +3, hard 0, hot 1, sharp 1, but then it had weird -1, and I wanted to do Visions of Death, which requires weird.
Well, like
Kinda.
you got ice cold, so that's making up for you. You
Only
not
if I'm
rolling
not
hard.
intending to shoot them,
Yeah, the gun lugger.
because it says on Go Aggro.
No, but go aggro is not always just not intending to hurt. I basically look at the options.
The thing that throws me is Go Aggro versus Seize by Force.
Yeah.
To me,
It's
Go
all
Aggro
kind
is
of-
I'm shooting you, motherfucker. But
It's all kind of weirdly worded, and I'm going to try to go over it a little bit better myself so I can explain a little bit better next time.
I mean, because Go Aggro is basically like act aggressive. It looks like.
Yeah,
Um,
but like the way, like your ice cold thing is like you're basically frightening people with how calm you are.
Yeah, it's more like intimidating, I guess, for Go Aggro, and then Seize by Force is more the attack combat side.
Yeah. So, we'll look at that. I may not even really have it correct. I'm gonna make sure.
Seems to be that way.
But yeah, that's the one thing that I know I'm gonna be going over pretty heavily before the next session is whenever we play is just making sure we get the basic moves down.
There's also the possibility there may be another ability from another class that does that you could acquire.
Yeah. So how did everybody make out on the XP?
1.
I got 3, I think.
Well, You didn't ever write your belief.
No, I didn't. So I'm not sure what it's going to be yet. I didn't really think about the character a whole lot before today. That's
Well,
why
definitely,
I was like,
definitely think about it in the off, and it'll probably give you a chance. And the plus side is, let's see here. Wait, is there something about end of session history?
I have a feeling that for my belief, it's probably going to be the whole White Knight syndrome, that those with power should protect those that cannot.
Now, every session, do we go through those history things, or just...
You know, I am trying to figure that out.
and the only XP I got was basically for attempting to manipulate the boy. That was the only roll I made. That was one of those two stats.
You can stop the recording here, by the way.
Yeah.
Can do. 4.5 hours it recorded for.